Hey, everybody. Hey, is the microphone on? Can you hear me? Terrific. Happy Ocean Month. Man, happy Pride. Yeah. Hello and welcome to Upwell, a new wave of ocean justice. My name is Angelo Villagomez. I am a proud Chamorro from the island of Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands. I'm a senior fellow here at the Center for American Progress, and on behalf of my colleagues here at CAP, ASUL, Urban Ocean Lab, Earth Justice, NRDC, Ocean Defense Initiative, and Green 2.0, I am delighted to welcome you to our offices today to celebrate the ocean and its vital role in our lives. And I also welcome all of you watching online. Hey, everybody. Before I introduce our symposium, I want to acknowledge that those of us here in person today are on the ancestral lands of the Tanchunk, Anacostan, and Piscataway peoples, the first residents of this land along the shores of the Anacostia and the Potomac rivers. We honor and respect the diverse and vibrant Native communities who have lived here for generations and who make their home here today. We recognize the enduring presence and resilience of the indigenous peoples of this region and their contributions to the history and culture of this land. I encourage those of you watching online to let us know in the chat where you're joining us from, and to let us know on whose ancestral lands you currently reside. Should have made my font a little bit larger here. It's kind of hard to see. I'm getting older. The ocean is more than just a place where we catch fish. It's also a source of joy, wonder, and hope. It's a living system that connects us all across borders, cultures, and generations. It inspires us with its beauty, diversity, and mystery, and it offers us opportunities for science, exploration, and discovery. But the ocean is also facing unprecedented threats from human activities. Climate change, harmful fishing, pollution, habitat loss, and invasive species are degrading the health and resilience of the ocean and its ecosystems. These threats harm not only the ocean, but also the people in the frontline communities who depend on it for their livelihoods, well-being, and identity. That's why we need ocean justice, where ocean stewardship, social inclusion, and justice intersect. Ocean justice means ensuring that the benefits and burdens of ocean use and protection are shared equitably and inclusively among all people. It means advancing the voices, participation, and leadership of historically excluded and marginalized communities in ocean decision-making, and it means creating a conservation movement that is more diverse, inclusive, and just, where everyone has a fair share of the benefits and responsibilities of the ocean, where we accept the historical and current injustices that have marginalized and exploited some communities while privileging others, and where those who have been excluded from ocean decision-making are empowered to have a voice and a seat at the table. This is not only a moral imperative, it's also a strategic one. We can't solve the dual climate and nature crises without engaging the full spectrum of human perspectives, experiences, imaginations, and solutions. We can't protect the ocean without addressing the root cause of its degradation, which include colonialism, inequity, and oppression. And we can't achieve a sustainable future without ensuring that everyone has a stake and a say in it. That's why we're here today, to learn from each other, to collaborate with each other, and to inspire each other. We're here to amplify the voices of those who have been silenced or ignored by the mainstream ocean movement. We're here to celebrate the diversity and creativity of ocean leaders from all walks of life. We're here to build a network of allies and partners who share the vision of ocean justice. But most of all, we're here to change the way ocean conservation takes place, because we know that the who and the how of conservation are just as important as the where and the what. We want to create a new wave of ocean leadership that's more powerful, more effective, and more transformative than ever before. Thank you for joining on this journey. So, we're gonna have some fun too, I promise. You know, some of these topics can be kind of a bummer, but we're gonna bring joy to this, and we're gonna provide solutions. So I'd like to invite Johanna Lee to come to the stage. Johanna Lee, come on up, is a human rights lawyer focused on promoting migrant workers' rights and advancing corporate accountability to eliminate child and forced labor in global supply chains. Before joining the team as a staff attorney, Johanna worked with GLJILRF as a legal fellow, engaging in legal and policy advocacy efforts to support the organization's seafood campaign, as well as serving as a visiting researcher at the Institute for Population and Social Research at a university in Thailand whose name I can't pronounce. I apologize. Johanna holds a JD from Harvard, an MA in Human Rights and Humanitarian Action from the Paris Institute of Political Studies, and an AB in Social Studies from Harvard. Welcome, Johanna. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the hosts of today's event, to Azul, the Center for American Progress, and Urban Ocean Lab, as well as the supporters of today's event, Natural Resources Defense Council, Earth Justice, Ocean Defense Initiative, and Green 2.0 for inviting me to speak today. And thank you so much to everyone in the audience here in this room and also online for taking the time to join today's event. It is truly an honor to be able to speak at an event intentionally designed to amplify the voices of marginalized communities in the ocean conservation space. I'm delighted to be able to share with all of you a labor perspective on ocean justice and to help bridge the gap between advocacy on illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU fishing, and forced labor. IUU fishing includes a broad range of activities, including fishing that violates fisheries management measures and relevant laws, fishing that is either unreported or misreported to authorities, and fishing that occurs in areas that are beyond the realm of fisheries management regimes, including the high seas. Under US and international law, forced labor is work that workers enter into not voluntarily and that they cannot exit without menace of penalty. Forced labor is a human rights violation that disproportionately impacts migrant workers, especially in contexts where they do not have full rights to lead and join unions. Around the world, an estimated 128,000 fishers, many of whom are migrant workers, work in conditions of forced labor, often at deep sea, which has by and large become a no-union zone. And on land, forced labor is pervasive in the seafood processing industry, as well as aquaculture. As many of you may know, there are critical links between IUU fishing and forced labor because it is oftentimes the same vessels that engage in both sets of illegal practices. And in my view, promoting workers' rights at sea is a way to promote accountability of the distant water fishing industry and to ensure that it becomes more fair and sustainable. And so today I will share with all of you how migrant fishers working in Taiwan's distant water fishing industry are spearheading a campaign to end injustices at sea. This campaign, called Wi-Fi Now for Fishers' Rights, is led by the Migrant Fishers Union Indonesian Seafarers Gathering Forum, or FOSBI, and calls for fishers in Taiwan's distant water fishing fleet to have access to Wi-Fi on vessels so that they can communicate with their families back home, as well as contact their unions when they are in need. To illustrate the challenges facing distant water fishers, I'd like to share the story of Nofian, an Indonesian migrant fisher. For 4 years, Nofian worked on a Taiwanese distant water fishing vessel without access to Wi-Fi. After being at sea for more than 1 year, Nofian finally managed to contact his family at port and belatedly learned that his salary, which his family depended on, was not actually sent back home, as was agreed in his employment contract. And so without news from Nofian for more than 1 year, his family thought that he had abandoned them and his wife ended up remarrying. Nofian's story, unfortunately, is not uncommon in this industry. And besides the withholding of wages, fishers often face other indicators of forced labor, such as physical abuse and intimidation and threats, abusive living and working conditions, such as lack of food or water or cramped sleeping spaces, excessive overtime, such as 18-hour workdays with no days off. Also, the confiscation of identity documents, such as passports, and debt bondage resulting from steep recruitment-related fees. These abuses are why migrant fishers are demanding Wi-Fi access on vessels. With access to Wi-Fi on vessels, fishers could report injustices at sea in real time instead of having to wait for months until they reach port. So to provide a brief overview of my presentation, I will begin by discussing the connection between IUU fishing and forced labor. Then we'll move on to describing the structural discrimination that migrant workers in Taiwan's distant water fishing fleet face. And then finally, I will share with all of you the Wi-Fi Now for Fishers' Rights at Sea campaign, which seeks to advance justice by promoting freedom of association at sea. I'd like to begin by discussing the connection between IUU fishing and forced labor. Last year, the Biden administration issued a memorandum that made addressing the interrelated issues between IUU fishing and forced labor a priority for the White House. IUU fishing is one of the greatest threats to ocean health and causes of overfishing. Alarmingly, more than 90% of fishery resources are now either fully fished or overexploited. A decline in fish populations increases the risk of ecosystem collapse and also harms local communities by putting people's food and job security at risk. However, this creates a vicious cycle because the decline in fish populations in turn makes it harder to fish legally and therefore further incentivizes IUU fishing. And as nearshore fisheries are depleted, fishing vessels are required to venture out further at sea and take longer voyages, which requires higher fuel and labor costs. And this is a key driver of forced labor. To cut these labor costs, many vessels end up hiring migrant fishers and paying them illegally low wages while subjecting them to abusive and working and living conditions. This vicious cycle of IUU fishing and forced labor is fueled by high consumer demand for cheap seafood and also the high profitability of IUU fishing. In fact, it is estimated that IUU fish caught globally produces gross revenues ranging between $9 and $17 billion annually. This vicious cycle is also only made possible by government subsidies that artificially prop up the industry and by weak regulations that discourage transparency and accountability. The industry largely operates in secrecy, with the majority of vessels flying under flags of convenience, and also many engaging in the practice of transshipment. Also, as fleets travel further out to the high seas and visit ports less frequently, it becomes easier for captains and vessel owners to get away with labor abuses. Actors higher up in the supply chain also play a critical role. Seafood companies continue to refrain from disclosing their entire supply chain down to the vessel level, and they also tend to rely on certifications and other voluntary initiatives that have proven to be ineffective because they're largely captured by industry interests. The people who disproportionately suffer the harms of this profit-driven and under-regulated industry are migrant workers. The distant water fishing industry largely relies on migrant labor because of the low labor costs. Migrant workers, however, are particularly vulnerable to forced labor, and this is because they are recruited from their home countries and in the process often are deceived or coerced by brokers. And once working under exploitative conditions, they are unable to leave because their visas are tied to their employers or because they're trapped in a situation of debt bondage. Meanwhile, migrant workers tend to enjoy fewer labor protections than other workers and often face barriers to exercising their right to freedom of association, which puts them at even greater risk of forced labor. Taiwan's distant water fishing industry illustrates how the structural discrimination that migrant workers face subjects them to greater risk of forced labor at sea. Taiwan's distant water fishing fleet, which primarily fishes tuna, employs more than 22,000 migrant workers, the majority of whom are from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. The workers are recruited under a discriminatory two-tiered employment system in which migrant fishers working on distant water fishing vessels are granted fewer protections than either Taiwanese fishers working in distant water fishing, as well as coastal or offshore migrant fishers. In addition, even though Taiwan does permit migrant workers to form unions, migrant fishers on Taiwanese vessels still cannot fully exercise their right to freedom of association because they don't have access to Wi-Fi on board vessels and cannot contact their unions for help. And even in cases where the vessels have Wi-Fi equipment installed, usually only the captain or senior crew are allowed to access the Wi-Fi, and migrant fishers remain excluded. In essence, the high seas currently functions as a no-union zone, and this is in stark violation of the ILO fundamental right to freedom of association. The scale of the problems of IUU fishing and forced labor at sea may seem overwhelming, but there is hope. Migrant fishers are fighting back under the unequal and unfair circumstances in the distant water fishing industry. And in this last part of my presentation, I'd like to share the #1 recommended solution by migrant fishers in Taiwan and Indonesia on how to effectively end these labor abuses at sea. In Taiwan, there are 3 migrant fishers unions, one of which, FOSPI, represents distant water fishers. FOSPI is a self-organized group of Indonesian fishers in Donggang, Taiwan, with more than 2,000 members through 12 regional fishermen's associations. Founded in 2006, FOSPI organizes social and cultural activities for fishers and provides a temporary shelter near the port for fishers in need. And it has become a bridge between fishers and local authorities, NGOs, and recruitment agencies. According to a survey of migrant fishers in Taiwan and Indonesia conducted last year by migrant workers advocates, the most needed policy change to effectively address labor abuses in the distant water fishing industry is the provision of Wi-Fi on vessels. If distant water fishers had Wi-Fi at sea, then they could communicate with family and verify whether their wages were actually being received back home. Plus, they could report abuses to their union representatives, advocates, and government agencies. This would help rebalance the power on board vessels and help end the culture of impunity in the industry. This would also help fulfill the international standard under the ILO Work and Fishing Convention, or C-188, which requires fishers reasonable access to communication facilities on board vessels. However, there are barriers to the provision of Wi-Fi on board vessels. First, vessel owners control the installation of Wi-Fi on their vessels, and many are opposed to this because of the issue of cost. Second, the Taiwanese government has not been doing enough to address this matter. Its latest program to subsidize Wi-Fi on distant water fishing vessels only covers 5 to 10% of its entire fleet, and also only requires that fishers have access to Wi-Fi for 5 minutes per week. Third, up the seafood supply chain, buyer codes of conduct do not require the vessels that they source from to have Wi-Fi on board, even though they proclaim to respect workers' right to freedom of association. To help make FOSPI's demand for Wi-Fi on distant water fishing vessels a reality, Global Labor Justice International Labor Rights Forum, GLJILRF, along with the Taiwan Association for Human Rights, TAR, Stella Maris Center, Kaohsiung, Serve the People Association, and Humanity Research Consultancy have joined FOSPI to build the Wi-Fi Now for Fishers' Rights campaign. This campaign calls on governments, including the home and destination country of migrants, fishing ground countries, and governments where the seafood is ultimately bought and sold, and governments where the seafood is ultimately consumed, and the multinational corporations and investors at the top of the supply chain to all play their part to ensure that fishers working in Taiwan's distant water fishing fleet have access to Wi-Fi. The goal is for Wi-Fi to be provided on the vessels in the context of an enforceable supply chain agreement involving unions, vessel owners, and seafood buyers. The campaign, which was officially launched in February this year, has been actively engaging a wide range of stakeholders globally. The campaign has met with key government officials and political parties in Taiwan, as well as U.S. labor allies, including U.S. government agencies, members of the Biden administration, and the AFL-CIO. The campaign has also shared its message to audiences at both the Seafood Expos in Boston and Barcelona, and additionally has met with trade negotiators in the US and Taiwan to propose language for the labor chapter of the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade. Finally, the campaign has begun to engage with seafood companies to discuss potential for collaboration on a pilot project to bring Wi-Fi to distant water fishing vessels in Taiwan in the context of binding agreements that guarantee protections for worker organizing. To conclude, for too long, the distant water fishing industry has been plagued by injustices, including illegal fishing practices that destroy the health of the oceans, as well as exploitative labor practices that discriminate against migrant workers and subject them to forced labor. The first step to strengthening accountability in the distant water fishing industry, according to migrant fishers in Taiwan and Indonesia, is to provide fishers with access to Wi-Fi on board vessels so that they can fully exercise their freedom of association and uphold their other fundamental labor rights. This is why FOSB has been working with GLJ-ILRF, along with other campaign partners, to actively campaign around the world and demand Wi-Fi for fishers in Taiwan's distant water fishing industry. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And if you'd like to follow developments on the campaign, please follow the campaign's Facebook page. And if you'd like to show your support, you can sign the Allies Pledge, which is available on the campaign's website and also Facebook page. And if you'd like to learn more about the campaign or discuss potential ways to get involved, please feel free to email me at johannalee@globallaborjustice.org. Thank you so much for your attention. And I welcome Jean.
Thanks, Johanna. Thanks so much. We're going to have some questions. I'm going to start us off with a question, and then we're going to ask the audience if people have questions. My name is Jean Flemma. I am the director of the Ocean Defense Initiative and also a co-founder of Urban Ocean Lab. And I've worked on IUU fishing issues for a very long time, longer than some people in this room have probably been alive. But it wasn't until a few years ago fully appreciated the connection between IUU fishing and human rights abuses. And now I work in a coalition that's supported by funders to really bring those two entities together, the NGOs working on IUU fishing and NGOs that work on human rights issues, which is, I think, a very powerful group. But I just, towards the end of your conversation, or excuse me, your talk, you mentioned that all governments need to play a role in bringing about this change in the distant water fishing fleet and providing access for fishers. And you noted in particular that especially governments of countries where seafood is consumed, and as most people in this room probably know, depending on who you ask, anywhere between 65 to 90% of our seafood is either imported or exported and then processed and re-imported. So we have a significant market influence in the United States. And I'm just wondering if you want to talk a little bit more about the role that the United States government can and should be playing in helping advance rights for these fishers in the distant water fleet.
Thank you so much for your question, Jean. So there is a lot that the US government can do. The main thing is to try to increase regulations to promote transparency and accountability in the distant water fishing industry, and also to use the whole range of tools that are available in the government's toolbox to address these issues, both domestically, but also globally. So I would say that the first thing that the US government could do would be to require that seafood companies disclose their supply chain all the way down to the vessel level. That would really, really help advocates who are working on these issues to be able to detect which vessels are at risk of forced labor. And then in addition, it would be to shift from a voluntary approach to a mandatory approach. And so the US government should not promote the use of certifications and other voluntary social initiatives like third-party audits among seafood companies and instead should try to promote mandatory approaches by passing human rights due diligence legislation, just as a lot of European governments are currently doing. Also, the US government could try to join talks and on developing a pilot project, as the campaign is promoting, to ensure that Wi-Fi is available on these distant water fishing vessels in the context of legally binding and enforceable agreements with the vessel owners and unions and seafood buyers. And so in this case, it wouldn't just be, Wi-Fi being installed on the vessels, but it would be the unions representing workers and the vessel owners coming together with seafood buyers to agree that the vessel owners will provide the Wi-Fi, and then seafood buyers would be able to commit to using their supply chain leverage to ensure that it's implemented. And the governments in this case could then try to push, such as the US government could try to encourage seafood companies to join these efforts.
So you mentioned that there's a US-Taiwan agreement that's being
Yeah.
negotiated. How could they use that agreement to further this
Exactly.
effort?
That was another action that I was going to bring up was the US government could use their trade leverage. And so right now there are talks going on between the US government and the Taiwanese government. And one of the chapters is going to cover labor. And so in this labor chapter, it would be really, really important for the US government to include in the language discussion of migrant workers' rights and specifically migrant fishers, and also the requirement of Wi-Fi on the distant water fishing vessels.
That's really helpful. I just, one more question sort of related to that is, as consumers, since many of us consume seafood, not everybody does, but many of us do, is there something that consumers could be doing that would help further this effort as well?
Yeah, I would say that consumers, first of all, just become educated that the certifications, the labels that you see on seafood products, just understand that they are not reliable indicators of forced labor. So I think one is education.
Are there any that are reliable? Any labels or certification systems now that exist?
Not that I know of,
Okay.
but yeah, so instead of these voluntary initiatives, we are really promoting these mandatory approaches. So legally binding and enforceable agreements, also mandatory human rights due diligence. And so in addition, consumers could file consumer protection lawsuits. That has also been.
Who's down with me for a lawsuit? I'm all right. All right.
Yeah, so either a class action suit or, an NGO could file a consumer protection lawsuit on behalf of consumers, as GLJ ILRF did. And then consumers can also advocate, like call their government representatives and try to push for all of these different policy reforms that I just mentioned.
I want to open it up to see if there's some questions in the audience. We do have somebody. Oh, there we go, with a microphone right there. If you could say your name and your organization that you're with, that would be really great. And feel free to stand up so we can.
I'm right in
Yeah,
the front.
yeah, thank you.
I'm Nina Logpocken. I'm with Ocean Kind. We're a foundation based in the Bay Area, but we do all things marine conservation. My question was a little bit about maybe on the technology side. Could you speak a little bit about the role of technology? And I know like there's ways to monitor boats. Does that also have a role to play in stopping human rights violations?
Thank you for the question. So technology is definitely has been advancing. And so a lot of these vessel owners try to say that the technology is not feasible yet or that's not affordable, but that's not true. Actually, in 2023, satellite Wi-Fi is available and affordable and only increasingly more so. And the reason that we support in our campaign satellite Wi-Fi over other technologies, such as monitoring technologies, is that we want there to be a two-way communication street. And we want fishers to be able to communicate with their unions and then be able to report these abuses, but also to receive information. So only satellite Wi-Fi would support that. And luckily it is now available and affordable.
And are there other I think you were also thinking about maybe other technologies of tracking vessels, and are there other technologies that you're aware of that would sort of complement the Wi-Fi technologies that we're looking for?
I think a lot of the electronic monitoring technologies are important, especially like to try to track IUU fishing, which, as I mentioned earlier, it's usually the same vessels that are also engaging in forced labor. So I definitely think just creating this robust regime where we're tackling the issue from various perspectives would only help. And also, of course, to share that information once it is collected.
Oh yeah, the data transparency issue is huge, obviously. Are there other questions? Thank you very much.
Well, Valerie Cleland here with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Thank you so much. First, just want to comment that the campaign that you're working on seems like a really amazing example of sort of listening to the communities, in this case, the migrant workers, and having them sort of help figure out what the solutions are. Just wanted to point out that that was a really great example. And I sort of have a two-part question. So in terms of scale, like what is the likelihood that people in this room have eaten fish that was caught with forced labor or was illegally fished? And then also, what else do you see in terms of, how can, to me, it seems like totally unacceptable that we would want to eat fish caught with forced labor or that was illegally caught. Would just love your thoughts on sort of how, it's almost wild to me that this is okay, and sort of what would you think on how to further elevate this?
Yeah, I would say that's probably very likely that we have all in this room probably eaten at some point seafood that was caught using forced labor. And to the second part of your question, yeah, I think it's really important that we don't normalize this and realize that this is a real issue. And as consumers use our power to demand that the seafood products that we do consume are ethical and that we can actually trust them, instead of having these labels that are misleading or deceptive being posted on cans or different seafood products, and misleading us into thinking that we're eating ethically sourced food when we're not. Thank you for the question.
I saw some other hands up. Thank you for passing the microphone. We appreciate you.
Hi, I'm Aurora Aparicio with the Packard Foundation. You noted that along with a lack of regulation, subsidies are propping up IUU. Can you speak to any interventions that might address that?
Yeah, so subsidies are a big issue in this industry. A lot of studies show that without government subsidies, a lot of the industry would not actually be profitable anymore. And so we wouldn't actually be overfishing. The reason that there's overfishing is because a lot of governments are subsidizing fishing. And so
didn't the WTO just reach an agreement? Okay, you were probably just going to get to that and I cut you off. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, so last June, the WTO did reach an agreement on ending subsidies on IUU fishing. Unfortunately, they didn't mention forced labor and that direct connection, even though I believe that the USTR recommended it. But still, it's a step in the right direction for sure, and really important that that this agreement be ratified by enough countries and take into effect.
And how long do we think that ratification process will take? I know sometimes it can take quite a while. And is any country going to move ahead before the ratification takes place?
So I don't know how long the ratification process will take. I hope that the U.S. government will play a lead role in trying to end subsidies and to try to move in that direction. It would also be great if the U.S. government could work with other governments in the EU and also possibly Japan to combat IUU fishing and forced labor.
I think we have time for one more question. I see somebody right here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexa Gallegos with the Azul Rising Leaders cohort, and I just wanted to ask, we're all consumers here, so is there any information available right now or any resources that consumers can look towards to ethically source their own food, or ways that we can help as well?
Unfortunately, I don't think that there's any clear, comprehensive source, and partially it's because of the lack of transparency. It's really hard. Traceability is just really hard in this industry. But I think if you probably look up resources that like Greenpeace has put out, or other organizations that focus a lot on consumers, you might be able to find
I
help.
mean, the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch is obviously an important one, but I will also say that I think our government has tools that they could be leveraging more stringently or more powerfully to improve transparency and traceability. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to keep putting the pressure on our government to use those tools that they have available now, and not just do the minimum with some of those tools. Instead, they should be looking to do the maximum to improve that traceability and transparency. Because sometimes it takes a long time to get a law passed, and we should be using the laws that we already have on the books to do that now.
Exactly, like import bans under the U.S. Tariff Act of 1930. That's a very powerful, although blunt, trade tool. And then also I would say that the U.S. government's influence for the trafficking in persons report ranking, I think they also have a lot of leverage as well over other countries for that.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think we're going to end right on schedule. Did you have any last words that you wanted to offer, or?
I guess just thank you so much for taking the time to listen. And I hope this issue is of interest to you if it's brand new. And if not, at least if you might be interested in learning more about the campaign. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much, Johanna. Thank you. We are going to have a quick video now and then a short break. If you do go out into the lobby, there's a board out there where we want to know from you, what does ocean justice mean to you? And so feel free to write it on a sticky note and stick it on the board. I think it's a sticky note, right? And put it on the board and share what it means to you, because we're going to get into that conversation this afternoon. It will be great to reflect on some of the things that people here want to share about what they think ocean justice means. So we'll have a quick video and then a really short break, and then we'll come back and Marseille is going to introduce us to the panels for the day. So thank you very much.
A little bit after 9 a.m. on Monday, but it's also nighttime for me on Saipan. I am from the island of Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands, so a long way from home. I came out to join the America the Beautiful for All coalition for some meetings with members of Congress and their staff, and also members of the administration. We are going to
Wilderness Society.
The Wilderness Society. We should play a big part in the America the Beautiful goals of conserving 30% of our land and water resources. And I'm here to advocate for us being part of that. I'm very hopeful that we will soon finally see the publication and implementation of the Marianas Trench Monument Management Plan. We are headed to the office of Senator Murray from Washington, and I'm with the Ocean Group for the coalition.
Hi, Tina Sablon from the Northern Mariana Islands. I'm with the Friends of the Marianas Trench and also the National Ocean Protection Coalition.
Ocean conservation and involving the peoples of island communities, I think is maybe the first place I would start in addressing both the need for a better, stronger ocean conservation and also coming up with solutions for the climate crisis, really for the nation and the whole world. I don't know if the camera's picking up my growling stomach, but I think we're headed out to grab some Chinese first in Chinatown. Oh yeah? We're going into the NOAA office to meet with the deputy administrator. I think that there's lots of amazing opportunities for communities across our country to put our conservation agenda front and center, but also our environmental justice goals to solve our problems and protect some of our country's most special places. And I'm really excited to bring that initiative to the Marianas too. Okay, that's a wrap. It's been an eventful and fruitful day, and I just want to thank you for hanging out with me in this day in the life of an advocate. I'm here to advocate for the Marianas Trench Marine National Monument. It's a really special place, not just for the people of the Marianas, but for the nation and for the planet.
The one place I'm trying to save would be the marine environment, and specifically the Caribbean, and even more specifically, working around the marine environment in Puerto Rico.
The lower Galveston Bay watershed, which encompasses Houston. We've got rivers and creeks, bayous threading our landscape. It's where I live now and where I work, and it's where I'm raising a daughter, and it's where I want to save.
I try to save the relationship between the people of Hawaii and their islands. We've seen across the world significant severance between humanity and our home. And in our community, there is a strong culture of reconnecting with place. And that's significant and important to all of the ways in which we live on this planet.
The ocean off of the southeast United States, very few of the acres off of the southeast are protected. And we're leaving so many people out of the enjoyment of having spaces that are peaceful and conserved and preserved for future generations.
Is it on? There you go. I'm just too short. Hello, buenas tardes. Thank you so much for all being here, first of all, and thank you so much to my co-conspirators, which I think are getting into the room. First and foremost, to our host, Center for American Progress. Thank you so much for hosting us, for making this look and feel so great, and making us all feel so welcome. To my co-conspirators, you see the list here, obviously, Center for American Progress, Urban Ocean Lab, and great supporting organizations like NRDC, Earth Justice, Green 2.0, and I'm going to miss another one, so I have to go read it. Yeah, the Ocean Defense Initiative, which is also Jean. 7 years ago, I took the stage for the first time here in DC, and I'm only reminded because it came up on my Facebook memories today. And at the time, the idea, which was really a big deal to make it happen, by the way, was, what can the ocean movement get from diversity? How can diversity strengthen the ocean movement in a very transactional way? And it was even like a big deal to make it happen. I don't remember much of what I said then, except for the big gasps in the audience. No surprise there. To be here today is beyond exciting. I've said it a couple of times already. If you've heard me speak elsewhere, it's been 15 years since I first came to DC, and it's exciting to be here. And it is still so much work in front of us, so much work to do, such a hard road in front of us, but to see what has happened in 7 years, to see how we've gone from, what can people of color do for the ocean movement, to what is ocean justice? How do we do this just? How do we center people? How do we center human rights? Is a dream come true. So thank you so much for being here. We have a fabulous lineup of people here talking. I will say, I have to acknowledge that we do have our Rising Leader Initiative cohort in the room. Please stand up. And personally, that was my inspiration to make sure that when we brought people to DC, they had a community, that they had a welcoming, affirming space, which this is what is meant to be. So gracias. We do have a fabulous panel, like I said. First up, we do have our first panel coming up is with the fabulous Angelo Villagomez, Redefining Conservation Success, a New Wave of Ocean Climate Leadership. Second up, you have with Marquis Stillwell, also fabulous, talking ocean policy. What makes it just? And then you get to see me again. Sorry about that. With Ocean Joy, Justice in Action. So from everything that you've heard today, we're talking about and centering communities that haven't been at the center of this conversation. Communities that have so much to guide, so much to lead, and we have as a field failed wow, I said that right, failed historically to follow. So it is exciting and promising and just the start. I know we have so much work to do. So I encourage us all to keep each other ambitious, to keep each other creative, to keep on task, and to continue to do our work every day. Gracias.
Well, hello. It's been such a long time since you've seen me up on the stage. I'm Angelo, here from the Center for American Progress. The name of our panel is Redefining Conservation Success, a new wave of ocean climate leadership. And I'd like to introduce you to our terrific panelists. To my right here is Charity Ropati. She's a 21-year-old Yupik and Samoan activist and researcher who works on education and environmental issues affecting Indigenous peoples. She recently graduated just 2 weeks ago from Columbia University. She studies the impacts of climate change on plant ecology, permafrost, and cultural resilience, and in coastal Native communities in Alaska. She has been recognized as champion for change by the Center for Native American Youth and a 2022 In the Know Changemaker for her advocacy work. And she's spending the summer at Harvard Forest. I'm impressed. Olivia Lopez is a senior specialist of climate policy at Ocean Conservancy. She is an early career environmental advocate who focuses on equitable policy solutions at the intersection of ocean conservation and climate change. She leads Ocean Conservancy's Justice 40 initiative, which aims to ensure that ocean-based climate solutions benefit under-resourced frontline communities living in coastal areas. Olivia has a background in conservation biology and Afro-American studies from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and has conducted aquatic research in the Chesapeake Bay and Panama. And that man over there on the right, look, Dr. Peter Edwards is an economist at the Pew Charitable Trusts. I've heard of that organization. He has over 25 years of academic training and professional experience in tropical ecology, environmental monitoring, coastal zone management, and environmental consultancy. He has conducted research on non-market economic valuation of coastal ecosystems. It's a lot of big words, using stated preference techniques, and has led a number of ecosystem valuation studies in Jamaica for various organizations. He previously worked for NOAA on the economics of habitat restoration and coral reef conservation. So the United States is in a moment right now when we talk about ocean conservation and land conservation, we tend to talk about 30 by 30, we talk about Justice 40, and we talk about climate change. And it's my perspective that the definition of conservation success is ever evolving. And much of what we consider success today was developed without the input of a lot of the people here in this room. And so we wanted to have a small discussion about what is ocean conservation going to look like for the next 10, 20, 30 years. And I thought I would give the first question to Olivia. And Olivia, you were a Ray Fellow, and this was designed to bring in emerging leaders of color into our field. Can you just tell me a little bit about that experience?
Yeah, so the Ray Fellowship was designed to introduce and connect recent graduates of color coming out of undergrad with careers in conservation and clean energy to continue to diversify the field as it should be more diverse. And so the Ray Fellowship, Ray stands for Roger Arliner Young, and she was the first African-American woman to receive a PhD in zoology, and her field of choice was marine biology. So we continue to honor her through the fellowship. And my fellowship experience was wonderful, but very unconventional because I graduated in 2020. And most of my fellowship, pretty much almost all of it, was spent working virtually. And so I, was learning the ropes virtually, trying to figure out, moving to a new city and things like that. And it came with its challenges, but it also came with like very beautiful experiences. And I would say my favorite thing about the Ray Fellowship was, a big part of what it intends to do is to connect also early career people of color with each other. And so we come in with a cohort, and we have that cohort to really lean on each other, to talk about the challenges we're facing, whether it be, feeling isolated, moving across the country, living in a pandemic. And so it was just a very beautiful experience to be connected with a lot of folks who knew exactly what I was going through. And also, I guess from the Ocean Conservancy perspective, because I came in on their climate policy team when it was very early, small and mighty climate policy team, but they really gave me so many opportunities and stuck with me as I learned about the policies at the intersection of ocean and climate and how Congress works and all of that kind of stuff. And so everybody was super patient and welcoming, and really gave me a platform to advocate for all of the things that I really believe in. So, yeah.
I mean, you're definitely part of this cohort of a lot of them are young women of color who have come into conservation, and the Ray Fellowship has been a great example. But when I look around our community, I see a lot of people coming in, but they don't necessarily stay. So how can the conservation movement focus on retention and promoting this talent into positions of leadership?
Yeah, I was one of the lucky fellows who actually was retained into my org. After my 2 years, I stayed on as a senior climate policy specialist, still working with the climate policy team. And, I realized as I move up, I guess in my experiences, the field does get a lot less diverse. And I was at a America the Beautiful for All event that Angela hosted a couple weeks ago or months ago at this point, and Dr. Dorcetta Taylor was there, and she was giving us some very staggering statistics about not only the demographics in environmental and green NGOs, but also people of color in leadership. And I think one of the statistics she gave was like 92% of ENGO CEOs are white folks and 8% are people of color. And so I really think it's important, as there's this narrative going on in the ENGO world where we want to change our ways, break the mold, not do the status quo, harmful practices that conservation has done in the past. To really lean into that and actually make a difference, we need more people like us in leadership positions, like director, CEO, VP level on the boards, because I've noticed like there's a lot of folks like me, as fellows and as early career people, but then when you look at your leadership, it is a lot less diverse. And so I think Dr. Taylor and her research really speaks to the importance of retention and also letting us like climb the ladder and grow.
Speaking of breaking the mold, Charity, you're kind of like a mini Twitter celebrity. And I'm on Twitter and I follow you, and like I post things and we'll get like 4 likes, and then you'll post something and we'll get 700. I'm not going to ask you Twitter questions, but I am very impressed. But you've been breaking the mold for like quite a while. And like when you were back in high school, you helped write a curriculum for your school. Can you just tell me a little bit about what that was about?
Yeah. I also just want to thank Angelo. He like organized this panel and really brought us in here community. So we all know Angelo. He does a great job bringing all of us in community and making sure that these spaces have Black and Indigenous people, because it's important that we just have ways to talk about what's happening. But back to Olivia's point, when I think about like conservation diversity, it starts like in elementary, middle school, and high school. And so one thing we need to think about is how we can create safe and comfortable environments specifically for Black and Indigenous students and our kids. And more times than not, some of the biggest barriers we face when we talk about like, I want to become a scientist, I want to become a marine biologist, I want to become a civil engineer, we're met with folks in our schools who tell us we can't do that. And so I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. It's one of the biggest cities in Alaska, but it's also home to one of the most diverse school districts in the nation. And one thing that we saw was that Alaska Native and Native American students that had some of the highest rates of dropping out of high school and just really low retention rates. And this shouldn't be the reality of our kids when our district has some of the highest numbers of Native students who attend these schools compared to every other state within the United States. But it's also home to one of the most diverse, communities. My dad's originally from American Samoa, and my mom was born and raised in a rural community on the western part of Alaska. And so we saw these graduation rates. I've experienced racism, microaggressions from preschool, elementary school, middle school, and high school. And I wanted my experience and the experience to attend higher academia and navigating it to be a lot different than my younger siblings. I have a younger sister, I have a younger brother. And so I pretty much created a curriculum talking about understanding historical trauma, understanding settler colonialism, because the point of contact was a lot earlier in Alaska when compared to the other states. I mean, Russia is right there. And so it was important that not only Native students see themselves, but my peers also understood why there were issues in our communities, but also understanding the resilience and the beautifulness that comes out of our communities. Because some of the most smartest people that I know are younger Native kids, like my younger brother and like my younger sister, but also other kids in the district. And there's things that we could do on an everyday basis, but ensuring that we tell our kids if they want to do something, whether it's becoming a skateboarder or a professional snowboarder, we should be the first ones to tell them that they're able to do this. And so I'm a big proponent of I don't think we should force kids to go to college. It's violent. Columbia is violent, and I'm not afraid to say that. And I studied civil engineering there. So it's ensuring that whatever dream that a Native kid has, that we're able to do that. And so I created the curriculum. It's still being taught, and that wouldn't have been possible without teachers, the Indian education counselors, who were the first ones to tell me that I could do anything I want to, because I definitely would not be here today. I want to be at the schools I am at today. I want to be doing the work that I'm doing without them. So it's also finding people who are the first ones to really validate my dreams. And, Twitter is a great place to also just express that. We see, white people in content creation celebrate themselves all the time. But I'm not afraid to say that either, because I see it, especially at my school. It's important that we as people of color are also able to celebrate our own success, and we're able to celebrate that on an online community. And that's how you get exposure. That's how you get opportunities. That's how you're able to get a foot in these rooms and a seat at that table. But yeah, I'm really thankful to be here with all of you and also to learn from all of you. But yeah.
Great. I love being able to share the stage with another Pacific Islander too. Are there any other Pacific Islanders in the room? Hey, so whatever we say, that's the law. Nobody has any other opinions. And that's just one of the things that we want to point out is you have a Chamorro and a Samoan on the stage, but there are lots of other peoples in our communities who know things and have knowledge, and we want to bring them into these spaces. Speaking of spaces, and somebody who's been in a lot of spaces, Dr. Edwards over there, you have a distinguished career in academia, a distinguished career with an NGO, similar to some of the work that they've done. Sorry, I got that backwards. You did academia, then government, but you've also worked in government. And government, NGO, academia are not known for being nimble places. They're not known for places that want to change. But you've worked across all three, and you've probably seen a lot of things. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on how do we change these glacial institutions to be more inclusive?
Angelo,
2 minutes or under, please.
Angelo with a hard question with a time limit. First of all, thank you again, Angelo, for inviting us in this space. And as some of you might hear, I am also a small island boy. I'm originally from a place called Jamaica. Original name Zamaka, was previously populated by folks called Tainos, and who were, suffered the ravages of colonialism like the rest of the world. So in terms of my framing and my view on what conservation success looks like, it's an acknowledgement of some of that history, certainly some of my ancestors were brought from Africa to change the landscape to grow sugarcane and other crops, and how that kind of continues with the way the landscape shapes. So that's part of kind of my DNA in my viewpoint of this long run of conservation and conservation success. But certainly my experience here in the United States, certainly, graduate school and a bit of academia, then working as a contractor for NOAA, and then, currently working with an NGO like Pew. I've been able, and I'm the oldest member on this panel right now, so, able to kind of see and have some thoughts. Very often, like some of these young folks here, as a technical person, person with a PhD or whatever, you're in a room at a table and you're the only one, whether it's the only Jamaican or the only person of color. And so that was something that, I recognized. It wasn't necessarily a hindrance because admittedly, I have my own advantages, or I'm searching for the right term, but coming from a small island where 5 to 7% of people that look like me pass through tertiary education, my experience was very different from a lot of these youngsters here. My colleagues and cohorts, most of them look like me, some of them look like Angelo, some of them look like you, but they're all marine scientists, marine biologists, professors. We of course had professors from other places. So when I came here, I realized, oh, I'm actually a minority in a technical space, dealing with my peers at my level. But maybe I'm lucky. I would say overall, my experiences have been mostly positive. Even being the only person in the room, oftentimes it's been fairly collegial, but I know that's not always the same. So in these glacial organizations, I would say, it's hard when you're alone, but you have to, represent yourself, represent where you're from, and not be afraid to have your voice heard, but it's also important to back up that voice with deep technical, certainly in the space that I am in, which is providing science, technical knowledge for conservation. Make sure that what you're saying is backed up by that deep knowledge, and whether that knowledge is traditional or two wide ways of seeing, but you hone your skills so you actually have that authority, and that carries through even if you're 21 and older. So I think that is the message in terms of the change is being in that room and holding your own, and obviously looking out for your colleagues. Mentorship is key, bringing in other people into the room that may not have been in the room, and really fighting for those opportunities to bring more people who are diverse in all the different ways into the room as part of the conversation.
I just want to say I'm older than I look. I have note cards, like instead of having it on my phone. But what you said really spoke to me as well. I think when I was first getting started, I was just happy to have my foot in the door, and to be in the room. And it was kind of a while. And so for part of my career, I was doing lots of work in the Pacific. I was doing lots of work in the Caribbean, and meeting every island I would go to, there were dozens and scores of conservation professionals. But then I would come back to Washington, D.C., where I'm the only one. And I was like 10 years into it, where I looked around. I was like, oh, I am the only Pacific Islander who works in conservation in Washington, D.C. And I think for some of the younger folks, maybe I feel like you and I may be a lot more hesitant. And you just don't realize, like, you're fearless. And I'm at a point in my career where it's like, yeah, I've got my foot in the door. I have a good job. I need to keep my foot in the door so that it stays open, so that you folks can come in after me and replace me in a couple of years. So the Biden administration is paying attention to these issues. There's the Justice 40 initiative, and Olivia, I understand you're a bit of an expert on that. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what that's all about.
Of course. Thank you for that question. And this is really good practice for me to break down into simple terms all of the things that I work on. But Justice 40, to start, is a framework that the Biden-Harris administration included in Biden's big climate executive order that he passed in the first couple of days of his administration. And so that really showed a lot of us in the climate world okay, he seems pretty serious about environmental justice and our environmental issues in general. And so what Justice 40 does is it instructs federal agencies that receive money from Congress, federal funds. It instructs them to ensure that when they're giving this money out to different parts of the United States for different issues, particularly environmental issues, that at least 40% of all the benefits coming from those investments materialize in frontline, historically excluded and marginalized communities. Because we all know for since the beginning, since the very beginning, our communities have been ignored and faced a lot of disinvestment, discrimination, and racism when it comes to how federal funds and investments and attention in general is distributed to address a lot of issues that are hurting people across this country. And so at Ocean Conservancy, we were following the Justice 40 initiative and a lot of Biden's climate commitments. And this was coming at the same time that the big bipartisan infrastructure law was passed, historical investments in federal infrastructure. And so this was also happening at the same time as we were seeing, and a lot of us bearing witness, some personally to communities across the country, seeing historic floods, historic hurricanes, drinking water contamination, water scarcity, all of these water-related issues and injustices really coming all together. Like I think it was like 2021, and there was like several hurricanes in the Gulf, and there was just so much going on. And we really took a step back and started to have conversations internally about the importance of water infrastructure to climate adaptation and resilience, because a lot of folks, don't know the technical aspects of infrastructure in this country. But I think there was a report that showed that the U.S. has like a D rating on the grade scale when it comes to the preparation of our infrastructure, especially when we're seeing all of these climate impacts that will get worse in the future. They're already bad enough today. And so just imagining, as infrastructure continues to fail, how will that impact frontline communities as well as our ocean? Like, for example, when wastewater facilities are inundated, I think we saw this happen in Jackson, Mississippi, but that goes the same for a coastal context. When those are inundated, all of the waste not only flows into communities and makes them sick, but it also goes downstream into the ocean, causing harmful algal blooms and fish die-off and all of these issues because all of water is connected. And so we were really thinking about how can Justice 40 benefit coastal water infrastructure for communities? Because especially when those community or infrastructure failures happen, the most historically disadvantaged communities continuously get the most sick, are displaced, lose their homes, and all of those kind of things. And so we realized that 2 of the EPA's programs that manage water infrastructure investments across the United States actually received this charge from the Biden administration and received a lot of money from the infrastructure bill. And so we teamed up, our climate policy team teamed up with our Florida conservation team with support for our ocean justice team. And we created this small team of folks who were really trying to engage with decision makers and communities, specifically in Florida, given that Florida is on the front lines of ocean and climate issues. Our Florida team has been active there for over 30 years. And as we all know, in Florida, there are a lot of injustices playing out. And so with an eye on Jacksonville, Miami-Dade County, and Orlando, we are really trying to figure out, especially when it comes to talking to all these entities that are supposed to manage water infrastructure there, is this charge from Biden making them think differently about how they're actually allocating money? Because even though the money comes down from the federal government, mostly local governments decide where that money goes, what are the priorities in their communities. And so we're trying to have conversations to not only see if folks are thinking differently about where different investments are going across Florida, but also what are the biggest barriers to actually getting the money to materialize in the communities that need it most? Because there are so many barriers, whether it be the fact that I learned recently that Florida has like over 200 different entities just trying to work together to manage water infrastructure. Like there's so many different hurdles. There's a lot of application barriers for communities that are actually trying to reach up and receive these funds. And so we're really just trying to suss out where are the big bottlenecks where the money gets stuck, and what policies can we use to actually have those funds result in more climate resilient infrastructure in communities that, you know, will continue to face the worst flooding, water scarcity, and all of that.
So Charity, what does this look like for Alaska? Like, how do we take the ideas that are in Justice 40 and apply it, you know, to Indigenous communities in the United States, but including those in Alaska?
Yeah, it's an important question. It's something we were able to talk about even yesterday. I brought up kind of FEMA and how FEMA has, it's scary to say, especially as like a youth, but how it historically has failed a lot of our communities back in Alaska. So Typhoon Morbach hit Alaska September of last year. It was devastating. Those type of storms usually don't come all the way north, but because of the warmer climate and because the oceans are getting warmer, and sea level is like rising there, especially it devastated the western coast of Alaska, hit Inupiaq and Yupik communities across the state. And in response, FEMA hired this like outside translator, and in doing so, they hired that translating group. They didn't even send it out to all of our communities. They sent it out to like 2 or 3 like governmental, non-native governmental institutions. And in those translations, it was translated to Inupiaq and Yukatun, which are the main languages that we speak on the western coast of Alaska. None of our people could understand it. I couldn't understand it. Our elders couldn't understand it. And that was just a huge barrier. And FEMA spent like a little over $27,000 getting those translated, whereas like grantee applications, if you lost a fishing camp and if you were to like win that grant, you were only allocated a little over $6,000. And that barely, you know, recovers, you know, what you need in response to that. And so going back to like Olivia's point, when we think about, you know, these allocations of millions of dollars, it's good. And it's good that they're going to our frontline communities. But some of the biggest barriers is that you need a good grant application to get that money. And so when I think about Kalgoorlie, like where my mom comes from, where I would go to in the summer, we recently, you know, won a grant. But in doing so, we had to reach out to the University of Alaska Fairbanks to get scientific data to show that the permafrost was thawing along our coast. That shouldn't be the reality for our communities, because when we think about how science has historically been, especially to Indigenous communities in Alaska, but even across the world, it's very extractive. And so having to go to a university, go to an institution like that and say, hey, we need data to show that like we need help, and our personal narratives aren't enough is honestly disrespectful. And so Justice 40 is great. I'm glad that the Biden administration, they're taking steps to kind of think about how better do we support these communities who are most affected by climate change, because how are we as Native people contributing to the climate crisis? We're not. Like Indigenous land management is most successful, not only in Alaska, but across the world. And it's just the barriers to applying are huge. And one way we solve that is we directly support Native-led organizations in Alaska, like the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, based in Anchorage, that actually serves as the bridge between our villages and our people with governmental institutions like FEMA and like the U.S. government, so that we're able to get the money to our communities. But again, biggest barrier is applying to those grants and having to reach out to universities. And I know I say like I go to university, like I always tell people that if one of the biggest things, I wouldn't even pursue higher academia in the first place, but to even get a seat at these tables, you need like a bachelor's, you need a master's degree, or that shouldn't be the reality either. That's a huge barrier and the reason why these spaces aren't diverse as they should be, because some of the smartest people I know are those that don't even hold degrees from institutions that were meant to function as settler colonial entities like Columbia, like Harvard, like UAF, and it needs to be better. So thinking about, we shouldn't have to turn to scientific data to get the money we need. Our personal narrative should be enough. And yeah, I think that application grant, it should be a lot more accessible to our communities. But again, Justice 40 is a great initiative, and I hope more organizations take steps to ensuring that we get the money we need so we don't lose our communities.
So I want to begin to start turning to talking about conservation success. And I asked you a question about Alaska, and if we went to other ocean conferences, for the most part, they're going to be talking about NOAA, maybe the Department of Interior, but you're bringing up FEMA, and you're talking about healthcare, and you're talking about education, but you're also talking about conservation. And so, how would you, let's say Deb Haaland decides that she's going to resign, and they're going to tap you to be the new Secretary of Interior. Congratulations. You have these big ideas of, healthcare and education are a big part of conservation. How would you fold those into some of the existing frameworks and infrastructure of what we actually talk about as conservation success?
Yeah, I love Deb Haaland. I think she's doing an amazing job. But I do really love that question because as youth, we have the ability to reimagine what our world would look like and what our everyday would look like, if it wasn't affected by settler colonialism, which is also rooted in climate change, capitalism, et cetera. And so when I think about ways that DOI, FEMA, these governmental institutions can better support our communities, it's also understanding that what's happening on our coastline, it's also rooted in success and education, access to higher academia, mental health, the health of our bodies, healthier families. And although that's like really big, it's also understanding like these issues are like very intersectional. And one thing that as Native people, but especially as like Yupik and as like Yuktun like belief states, our ways of being revolve around being in the ocean. And so one of the first things we have to understand is that if we want like a healthier ocean, we need healthier families. And so when we think about what that looks like, it's making sure we have access to mental health resources. Again, making sure we have like access to funding. We shouldn't have to go through so many barriers. There's also like, even for me, I still have trouble understanding policies that especially affect our communities. And that shouldn't be the reality because it's also the same thing for so many of our Native people, because what we truly care about is making sure we have access to our food, and food insecurity is a huge issue, especially in the Arctic, but also even in the Pacific Islands too. And so, I don't know, it's just ensuring, like, we know what's going on, we know what's happening, but it's like we're having to fight for, visibility in these spaces. And, people, I don't know if people like on the social media right now, like Taika Waititi, like created this video where a lot of people are like hiring POC, but especially Indigenous peoples to do DEI consulting and kind of say, why is inclusivity important? And, it wastes time because we shouldn't have to, fight for visibility in these spaces. Because if you go back home to our communities, those who show up for us and what's most successful is ourselves. Amidst Typhoon Merbok, I'm thinking about like Emily Edenshaw, who is the CEO of the Alaska Native Heritage Center, helped raise a little over $700,000 to directly support our communities that were affected by Typhoon Merbok, where we lost, where lots of people lost food in their freezers, fridges, which helped sustain entire communities for, those long months in winter. So thinking about how we support like local organizations like that, but also like local grassroots organizations like Native Movement as well, but also ANTHC, the Alaska Native Medical Center. We have some of the best health organizations in the entire country because it's led by and made for Native people in Alaska. There's Native doctors, Native administrators. It's led by Native women. So even thinking about there's power in like making sure that Native femmes, Indigenous femmes are like leading these type of organizations because we know what's best for our people.
I've received a notice that it's time for the Q&A. If you're online, I think you can type into the chat any questions and somebody will read it out for you. But before we do that, and I'm going to ask all of the people asking questions to do the same, if each of our panelists could describe the future of conservation success in 3 words or less, and then we'll open it up to the Q&A.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you're going to go first. Because you're the best looking guy in the room.
It's a very powerful question, but I think listening to this conversation, I think those 3 words would be more of us. And that us is a whole range of different things, you know, people on the stage, youth, genders, but more of us in the room. I guess there's a sports term called flooding the zone. If you have more of us, eventually more of us will become those CEOs. But it's just a law of averages. If there are less of us, then we won't be able to influence these processes. So more of us.
I can applaud that. Olivia?
I would say thriving, resilient ecosystems, given that we are all part of the broader planetary ecosystem. And like you were saying as well, including in this ecosystem, more empowered folks who are impacted by environmental degradation, but then as you were also saying, those who actually have been caring for the ecosystems for, you know, time immemorial.
And Charity?
Yeah. So A&D doesn't count as a word, but Black and Indigenous led is my 3 words.
My 3 are going to be conservationist people. And if anybody has a question, we can answer them. Oh, somebody over here. Please state your 3 words and then your name and your organization, please, so that people in the room know who you are.
Hi, good afternoon. Olivia, what do you think, sorry, said my name, Marcela Gutierrez Galanche. Olivia, what do you think was worked so well for you, apart from getting the job offer, that you continue to be in this field and it looks like you strive to continue to be in this field?
Sorry, could you repeat that once more?
What about your experience has gone well that you continue to be in the field, not just the hiring, but you strive to continue to be in this field?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I will confidently say the people that I've been able to work with, specifically other Black and Latino and Indigenous people who, you know, just thinking back up to the Ray cohort, and I see Ray fellow here, hi. We're all always showing up for each other. I'm gonna give a shout out to my girl, Michaela, who's here too. Because when it comes to challenges that we face in this field, being in very white spaces, but also that this is just like very mentally draining work, to have people who will show up and pat you on the back and say, hey, I'm here, I feel this too. And also just being inspired by folks of all generations who, like, I can see are really, really fighting and being change makers and are paving the way. And a lot of these folks are like grassroots organizers that I've had the privilege of being close to, and just seeing how they get up every single day and just keep pushing and keep loving on their communities and loving on the ocean. And you know, it makes me feel like I found my place. And so I would definitely say just the people that I've been able to work with and who have supported me. Thanks.
Well, we have an online question.
We do have online questions, and thank you so much for submitting the online questions. So from a virtual participant, they asked, when you shared about more of us, how do we get, or what is the approach of getting more of us? What is the strategy that you all have?
I guess I brought that up, and that is I don't know what the dollar value, but and it's the crux of the matter, right? Because Charity also mentioned it starts from elementary school. And as I mentioned before, my own privilege of seeing people like me and a pathway to using, again, in my sphere of work, marine sciences as a career choice. Continuing mentoring those folks when they get into college. And, frankly speaking, as Charity also mentioned, money. Organizations, universities, big NGOs need to put their money where their money where their mouth is. Not just, encouraging spaces, which is good for dialogue, but hiring practices, get more, you say DEI, create more jobs that actually have these people thriving and giving them the resources to thrive. So just really putting your money where your mouth is at all these steps along the way, and having, a colleague of mine who works in this space in the USVI, there are lots of opportunities for the university there for locals, but it's right. So most of these graduate programs of people getting involved in marine work are folks from the mainland who are more often than not mostly white, because the folks there in these spaces don't see a pathway for themselves. So it really comes down to it sounds terrible, but comes down to money, right? People need to feed themselves, and then they can learn about the world that keeps them safe. So yeah, I think putting our money where our mouth is at all of those steps is key to getting more of us in these spaces to make a difference.
Either of you like to add something?
Yeah, what I was thinking is very similar to what you said. And so I'll just quickly tack on. I think it'll also require, white folks in power to step back and relinquish some of that power, or all of that power, to people of color and folks who have been excluded for way too long. I think that can translate to the government, that can translate to the NGOs that we work in, that can translate to academia. There is space for all of us in this conservation fight, but there are folks who for too long always wanted to be the loudest and only voice in the room. And I feel like that requires, like, now is the time, like you said, putting your money where your mouth is, or like your power, I guess, where your mouth is, and just like step back and be like genuine allies and continue lifting us.
Yeah, you guys pretty much summarized it, like did a great job. We just need also more youth inclusion. I think when we think about what's happening at climate conferences, COP, but also even back home in Alaska and all over like Arctic countries here, when there are youth, they only have like one youth panel, and there should be youth who are on panels for like energy, or who are on panels for, I'm trying to think of like other things, who are on panels for salmon, or for talking about food security issues. It shouldn't be just like one youth panel with like 5 youth, because there are so many kids who are doing this type of work. But again, there's barriers. You need credentials, you need to have like the title from that university to be a student there. No, like that shouldn't be the reality. Those who are protecting our oceans are those who are actually there, who are taking care of our ecosystems, who are fishing, who are giving back to the land, and it's ensuring that they also have a seat at that table, and even at places that the White House, which was like a really cool experience. Shout out to Angelo for helping us get there. But yeah.
And I'm not supposed to talk. Oh, we have a question back there.
Hi, Portia from Earth Echo. I want to shine some light on sustainability, because oftentimes we don't talk about the struggle to get to that position, to sustain it, and then prepare the next generation. So do you all have any tips on how can we prepare the next generation to tackle those challenges, the oppression and the struggle, and how can they sustain those roles in leadership?
Maybe as the oldest one, I'll try. I think, and both of the fellow panelists mentioned it, finding that sense of community. And that a community that involves, of course, perhaps a lot of folks like yourself, but also allies, whether it's a youth cohort or it's like a specific skill set. So if it's like, you know, tuna club and it's you guys all geek out on tuna stuff, I'm looking at Ray right here. But finding that sense of community and learning from each other, both the struggles and also that networking to find the allies that can help remove some of those barriers. I think that's very, very important in terms of that sustainability, right? Because we're all social creatures and it takes these different villages, whether they're virtual villages or real villages. So I think being very assertive about building your own community is a way to help that sustainability.
I think that's an old person question. So yeah, sing as you go. Find joy in what you do. Laugh, have fun. It's a very serious work, and it's like I said earlier, it's kind of a bummer sometimes. But if we find joy, it can be easier. I also have another joke that like about 20% of everybody in our field wants to quit at any one given time. So like, you know, if we were to count off, about 20 of you are thinking of quitting right now. Stay with it. We need you. You're important to the movement. I saw Sharon had raised her hand. Microphone. There's online people.
Very true. I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I think it's so fascinating and rewarding. I'm a proud New Yorker with Jamaican heritage, so I appreciate you being here. And so I feel like for me, one of the biggest disconnects that I see with people my age not wanting to really care about the climate movement at all is that they just don't have experience like being outside. The attitude towards environmental stewardship was so different living in New York City versus moving upstate for school. So I just wanted to know like how is the work that you guys are doing sort of what's the word, encouraging students to, you know, go outside and take part in nature and really understand why it's important.
Yeah, I'm really glad you're here. That's a really great question. Being like going to school previously now in New York City, it's just making sure that our kids understand that they have position in the climate movement. And when I think of like even kids back home in Alaska, they're very passionate, but it's also like having that first conversation and saying, well, our ability to hunt for our communities, our ability to like pick berries, even living in the city in Anchorage, I was able to like learn how to cut fish and go fishing with my family near Kenai, knowing that those type of practices are sustainable as Native people. And it's having that first conversation. And fortunately, I had, you know, a mom who always told me those type of things like every day. It was kind of annoying, but I mean, it brought me here. But it's, when I like think about New York City too, there are a lot of like indigenous people there, indigenous folks from South America, like, and I think about New York City too, it's just like all city, you think about like the urban trees there, the life of an urban tree in New York City, it's obviously gonna be a lot different than a tree in a forest further northeast. And so I don't know, like even what's happening right now, the air pollution that's happening, I think students, like they understand these things, but when, like I also, my family's in a lot better situation, but being like first gen, low income, we were really only focused on like, how do we survive? How do we make sure that there's food on the table? Poverty is a huge barrier. And when I think about like even the conservation space, that's why it's so white. Like being in DC, even living here is expensive. And so when we want more people like us to be in these spaces, you know, we have to think about how we can support ourselves and like signing up for a lease. And like we were making this joke before, but like Gen X, Gen Z, whatever. I can't even think about like, you know, getting a mortgage now. And, you know, because like when you come from like a multi-generational family that has had access to money, it's a lot easier for you to be in these spaces, which is why it's like not as like, even like this room is like, it's pretty diverse than a lot of other conservation spaces I've had to speak at, but it just needs to be better. But it's also understanding that like our kids, they know what's happening, but our educational systems need to be better and be the first to say that, you have voice in the climate crisis because, we're the ones being most impacted by it. Because we know what's going on, but we just need someone to validate, that initial dream. Because when you first, when you go to your college counselor, you go to a counselor in school, like in elementary, middle school, or high school, and you say, well, I want to do this, they're the first ones to like shut you down, like every single time. And sometimes it's not like that, but for the experience of kids in Anchorage, like the biggest city in Alaska, but also we hold one of the most diverse school districts. A lot of kids experience that. And so it creates an environment where most scientists who do work there, most conservationists who do work there don't look like us. They're not Pacific Islander, they're not Alaska Native, they're not African American. It shouldn't be like that. And so there's things we could do on an everyday basis too, when we like work in schools, ensuring that we validate the dreams of our kids because, they're our future. Thinking of like the next 7 generations, even in Indigenous belief, it's ensuring that they have space to really think about what they want to do.
We have another online question. And I just want to, nobody is saying the 3 words. I failed. I take the blame on that one.
Well, these are questions from online folks who did not give me 3 words. Therefore,
Oh, that's okay.
I get a pass. So these will be the last questions. And I want to thank again, everyone for submitting their questions. We won't be able to get to all of them, unfortunately. But this question is a combination of 2. What advice do you have for other early career conservationists that are having difficulty finding and using their voice to advocate for our ocean? And what can the youth do to showcase their importance of ocean protection, especially those who are from the U.S. territories?
I guess I'll start. That's a really good question, because it's not as easy as just saying like, oh, go get a job in conservation. Like, especially for early career people of color who maybe have not had exposure or like mentors in higher places that will pull them up and help them with opportunities in that way. And so I would say, feel free to reach out to us early career folks and early career people. Like we're on social media, emails, LinkedIn, that kind of thing. Because I get really excited when I have people who are like, oh, I saw you were a Ray Fellow, or, I saw you majored in conservation biology and, you had this opportunity. Can I ask you some questions about that? Can I have you connect me with someone? Because I feel like us young folks are really excited to, lend a hand and connect, folks who feel like their voices aren't heard or the opportunities aren't there, to the networks that we've had the privilege of building due to, other people reaching down and helping us too. So, just all of us young folks really, really need to stay connected. And all the folks that I know are just really, really happy to bring more people in and empower each other.
And I'll just quickly, as the not so young person, say, building strategic alliances. I think, you may have someone with a quote unquote traditional academic chops. If you have a partnership with an advocate who perhaps is in arts and, content creation. So being really creative about building a cohesive message around whatever ocean topic it is and making it accessible not only to policymakers, but there are creative ways. And, you guys are like miles ahead of what we could do back in the day with the access to it. But if you build these partnerships with an artist, a musician, a lab person, and kind of work on building these different messages, these things can get elevated and reach different communities in a powerful way. So I think, again, forming these very strategic alliances can help, put your name on the map and get you where you need to go.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the second part of that question, what youth can do in the territories. Pacific Islander youth are like doing a really, really great job on holding those who pollute the most accountable. When you think about the United Nations and COP. It was Pacific Islander youth that actually helped create the Loss and Damages Fund, which gives money directly to communities that are literally going underwater because of rising sea level. So I think about like folks like Brianna Freund, she's Samoan, born and raised there, who is really doing great climate work. But it's crazy because even here in DC, territories like American Samoa, Puerto Rico, they have like representatives on Congress, but those representatives don't have voting power. That is insane because the policies passed on the Hill affect our communities. And you think about American Samoa, PR, Guam, you know, it's scary to say, but like America does some really messed up, like, you know, messed up, you know, shit, like to our communities. Like I wasn't sure if I should say that, but and you know, like how are we contributing to the climate crisis? We're not at all, but we're seeing entire islands go underwater. For example, like due to nuclear testing, like in the Marshall Islands. That shouldn't be the reality, but Pacific Islander youth are really leading the cause for that. And it's ensuring like give money directly to those organizations, give money directly to support people like Brianna Freund, other youth from the Marshall Islands. I should know their names, but you know what I mean? Like it's like a quick Google search and you can find those people and those names. Directly support those people because those are the people who are really ensuring that those who are polluting most are held accountable, but also getting money directly to our islands.
Thank you. And Kat, was that our last question or was there one more? Yeah, I was, because I'm from the US territories, I would just add, you have more power than you think. You know, if you've got 3 friends who think like you, invite them on a stage and then invite other people to come listen to you talk. It's actually easier to do than you would believe. I also had Kat So helping me, pulling it all together. But you know, if you have one friend who supports you, that's a team. If you have 3 friends, that's a movement. And whether you're on an island or you're in a city, you can make that happen. So I would like to thank our panelists for joining us today. Thank you for your brilliant words. And we are going to take a 15-minute break. I think we have some snacks out in the lobby. And thank you very much.
Please start making your way back to the seats. We'll be restarting in just a minute.
The people who are Indigenous and First Nations have been caring successfully for these waters and the ocean far longer than any of us have ever thought about it. And if we are not doing our due diligence with the people on the ground, if we are not hiring staff from the ground, we are not doing just conservation and we are not doing justice to ourselves.
Just conservation would have to include the communities and the Indigenous Pacific Islanders who are the guardians of the Pacific Ocean, because the way we understand things there comes from our culture and our history, and it might not be the way that Western society presents the solutions.
It means job creation. It means protecting the environment for our kids. I think just conservation is really including everybody that is affected by it. So that means everybody, so nobody's left out.
Clean water. Access to beautiful natural resources. Just there's so many things that are immediate needs, and I would like to see a just conservation effort centered in meeting those needs.
It goes back to that severed relationship between humanity and our place. It is reintegrating ourselves into the environment, but it's also empowering those communities whose voices and culture have been a part of that since time immemorial, would have just been ignored.
Just conservation engages with communities at all levels, and of course working with our political leadership to enact policies that advance conservation and that empower people to be involved in protecting the places that are special to us.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm excited for this panel. This is gonna be a powerful one. I don't know what happened before, whether I was introduced or not, but my name is Marquise Stillwell, and I'm one of the co-founders of Urban Ocean Lab, along with Jean and Ayana. And I'm excited to, I guess we can quickly introduce the panel. You can give it to yourself instead of me trying to read off. And maybe we can start off with this ideal of justice, and maybe introduce yourself, your organization, and just give a quick of what does justice mean for you? And then I'll come back and spark some more conversations. So we can start on this side.
This side. Peace, y'all, starting from the south side. My name is Colette Pichon Battle. I use she, her pronouns. I am the vision and initiatives partner of Taproot Earth. We are headquartered in South Louisiana, but we are a global climate justice organization working specifically with the front lines on the folks on the front lines of the climate crisis. Justice for me, I'm an attorney. I used to think justice had something to do with the law. See, eye roll. I think justice has something to do with the courage to acknowledge and admit, and then the duty and accountability around repair and restoration.
That's great. That's great. That's great.
Carlos Ochoa with the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators. I am their ocean program manager, and I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona, but have been in DC now for close to 9 years. So justice for me, it's one of the best graphics I've ever seen to depict what justice is. And that is the classic example of the two kids who are trying to watch baseball. And you have one kid in particular who is tall, can look over the fence, and you have one who's too short. In a lot of ways, they try to ameliorate it by giving him something to stand on where he can sit over, or lenses to look over the fence. But justice is getting rid of the barrier in the first place, which is the fence. So justice for me is making sure that we have the ability to benefit from what is right in front of us, and not have to have those extra remedies when you can address it at the very beginning in a very substantive way.
Helen.
Excellent answers. I hate that I have to go last. Wow. A lot to live up to. I'm Helen Smith. I'm the policy advocate with Creation Justice Ministries. I've been doing this work for about 5 years now. And much like Carlos and Colette, I would say accountability and removal of barriers is incredibly important for justice. But I would also add that when we look at what justice is, we also have to look at the apologies that may have to be made. Justice is holding yourself accountable, apologizing, and then moving forward to find a solution that can work for everyone. Thank you.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And so, and I'll even answer my own question and use it as a spark as well. And where I really try to come from is this idea that justice begins with just us in this room, right? And for this conversation, really centering around it, what does it mean for us to show up, not asking for permission, not looking at all the statistics of saying who we are, what we're not thinking about, hey, we have never been centered, we've never been thought about, when we all know that we've been living this for generations and generations. And so with that approach and this thinking, I'd love to talk with you first about some of the language that we use to think about how we're centering us.
Yeah, I love the question about language. When you go to law school, anybody here going to law school? Lawyers? Y'all know, look, we're hiding. Yes. You will learn after you go to law school why we hide in the crowd. In law school, what you learn is there are terms of art and there are specific benefits that flow with a particular word. And the word can be as small as but or and or may or shall. There's like a whole section on may or shall. And what you realize is the incredible importance of language. But what you also realize, if you really think about it, is how deep colonization goes, right? So when you're using someone else's word and what it can mean, and it wouldn't mean that in your community, but it means that in this statute, you really understand like how rigid language can be. And that was my orientation to language, especially my perfection of it. What you learn at the community level, and I started organizing in the aftermath of Katrina, you learn that we can be held back by colonized language. We can be held back by other people's understanding of a word that doesn't mean that for us. Or maybe we have some fungibility with that word, but it has a very strict meaning in another place. And as I began to organize more, and to be quite honest, for all the brown people in the house, I'm gonna say you need like one privileged white friend in your life. You just need like that random white person who just does stuff. And you're like, they just got up and did that. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. But what I learned around language was, they just make stuff up. They really do. It became a law really because somebody at a table somewhere just made it up. And so when I began to organize, we would start with words. My community in particular would be relatively confused. And I would say, We are going to practice privilege, and we're going to give it our own definition. So whatever it is the world says it is does not matter. It is what we determine collectively today. That's how we're going to use it. So we put our own power into our word. We take it back. You have to decolonize yourself, take your power back, and determine and define things for yourself. Now, it's a little strange. You really have to kind of see privilege in action so you can know how to use it. But the best part of privilege, especially with allies who see that we all have to decolonize ourselves, is that you start to let the community claim their own power. And when the community determines that they have their own word and they have an understanding of what it means, you cannot stop them. You cannot stop them. And that's really what you want. So I saw the limitation of language in the law. I see the power of language in the community. There's a process by which we have to build it in. And that's really what I've come to respect.
No, beautiful, beautiful. And Alan, over to you. Talking about community. Yes.
Definitely.
How have you applied a lot of that language that Colette was just talking about into the work that you do in community?
For sure. Well, Creation Justice Ministries is a founding member of the Ocean Equity Collective, and that's a collective of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color-led organizations that have come together to say, we don't need outside forces to tell us how to do ocean conservation, how to do stewardship and management. And we not only can do those things and are doing those things, but we can now influence policy to make sure that the things that are written, the things that are made up, are now benefiting us and making sure that it's not taking away from us. I think a huge thing that I thought of as Colette was just speaking was many of our languages were taken from us. Many of us do not get to speak what our ancestors spoke. I work with several Native Hawaiians, and they are not all fluent in their language. They get to practice some of their Native sustainability practices, but they don't have that connection. When we are not fluent in a language, we have a harder time using it. And so one of the big things that the Ocean Equity Collective has now done is we have created a language guide, and this is an evolving guide that we are constantly taking feedback from other Black, Indigenous, and people of color on. We have an open Google Doc, and we constantly want people to give us feedback so that we can make it better, we can improve it. We have definitions, we have different phrases that are disempowering and people should not be using, and we are circulating it not only in the ocean space, but beyond, so that when people want to interact with us, they have the language to speak to us with respect, to build relationships with us that are based on trust and are not transactional. And those are the times when our communities are able to speak for themselves, when those parts of language are then agreed upon and we can move forward in trust.
That's beautiful. So Carlos, when it comes to policy, you and I talked about there, you have to do this beautiful dance between the language, right? And you're
depends on how beautiful you think I dance.
Talk about the dance that you have to do with language and the group that you represent.
Let me give you one easy example. Every program manager at my organization organizes these working groups with state legislators who are interested in getting deeper into a topic. And as a part of that, you have folks from all over the country represented in these virtual meetings or in-person meetings. So when we're talking about, for example, let's say access to the coast, and I have a legislator from Oregon and a legislator from California, two states that, at least legally speaking, have strong foundations for access to the coast, you would think that they would get along right away. That's not always true. A lot of the legislators in the coastal districts in Oregon represent rural farming communities, fishing communities that are represented by typically white legislators representing typically white communities. The legislator from California is representing a majority Latino or Black community that is nearby a major port in Southern California. Those are two completely different individuals representing two completely different communities. And so the language that they're going to use to talk about access to the coast, you have to be cognizant of that language. So a lot of times I'm doing the dance of one, listening to what they think about, why it's the way it is, and then trying to find common ground in the language that they use and their perspectives to hopefully have a shared understanding of what ocean access should be for everyone on the West Coast.
Yeah, and I think, and I appreciate that. And it's a challenge, right? Because for many of us, this work is physical. It's not just social, it's not just policy, it's not just a, hey, this is a great way of living. It's physical in our DNA, right? And so that challenge that you have to be on those Zoom calls and those meetings is sometimes you have to almost remove some of that physicality of the conversation. But one thing I want to do is to Colette, we talked about in Miami, we ran into each other about climate migration, and you gave some, right? Talk a little bit about the physical idea of what we're talking about that, and then the language that is important to support some of those ideas.
Well, climate migration, if you haven't figured it out, is going to be, that's going to be one of the big buttons. If it isn't already where you are and in the places that you're working. We're talking about the mass movement of people across borders, some state borders, some county borders, some international borders, because of climate change, because of the climate impacts. We're actually seeing it already. It's just happening to the people we don't care about. So we're not really tracking it. But it's happening, and it's happening at a massive scale around the globe. One thing I do want to take the opportunity to say is this is also leading to a very dangerous conversation around population control. And so when we think about the fight around reproductive justice, especially in this country, but globally, we must have our antennas attuned to conversations around moving populations, because when they start talking about population control, they won't be talking about bodies that look like everybody's. They'll be talking about bodies that look like mine and a few other brown people in here. So we don't talk about population control of the people who are actually doing the most consumption, which is absolutely not the Black and brown bodies that they're talking about globally. We can talk about this another time. It will require whiskey. I'll meet you at the bar. Let me just tell you, I started paying attention to this because I practiced immigration law. And when I went home after Katrina, there was a massive movement of people, both out of that space and into that space. Black folks moved out, given one-way tickets, not allowed to come home. Brown folks actually brought in on valid immigration visas. And when they asked for their wages, they were terminated and they lost their status and were made unlawful. And there was a whole system in play here that totally devalued Black and brown bodies and pit them against each other. And so what you could see is a broken system in this migration that happened because of a disaster and was responded to using our immigration laws. It's a very complicated system to understand. But on the language, I want to say what was interesting to me as a little bit of a nerdy lawyer was we were called Katrina refugees. And I said, because I'm a nerdy lawyer, that's not the right term. We're not refugees. I mean, that's an actual term of art. A refugee has there's a legal definition to what a refugee is. But at that point, they weren't talking about the legal definition. This was a social label. And something was being said very clearly. Those Black people leaving Louisiana are refugees in Texas. They're refugees in Georgia. They're refugees in Tennessee, because they were never actually accepted as citizens to begin with. Now, this takes a little bit of thinking through, because we're talking now about a long history of a country that never accepted us as full citizens. And so when you watch the social language, knowing there's a legal definition, you can understand something else is happening. And it's a really important part of this conversation, because climate migration actually includes everybody over every border. Climate refugee is a legal term of art, and it requires a crossing of an international border. But I'm watching even the most progressive and liberal of people use climate refugee because they really want to really victimize, right? Because that's what we do on the left. Come on, left, come on. I mean, Come on, Cap. Come on, left. Can we fight, please? Can we stop being victims? Let's stand up, let's fight. And you have to start rejecting these titles that victimize us because it does not start us from a place of power. We are citizens, we are people, we are humans. It doesn't matter. The borders were made before half of these folks were born in the first place. Somebody drew them on a paper. That's how real they are. They're not that real. So the language we use has to be much more inclusive and bold. And right now in this climate movement, we cannot be, especially those of us on the left, the ones pushing the victimizing language. If we're going to use a piece of language, let's use it correctly. Climate migrant means all borders, all people. But pay attention to whose movement they're tracking. They're not tracking everybody's movement. They're not tracking the people who are leaving San Francisco to move to Boston because the smoke has them moving and they want to sell their billion-dollar properties in Northern California. They're not tracking those people, but that is climate migration. That is migration. They are not tracking people who can afford to leave the coast of Louisiana where I am because they have the money to sell their homes, to move and wait for the market to pay them before the market says the houses aren't worth anything. They're not tracking that, but that's climate migration. When they say climate migration, watch who they track. And careful with the language, careful what we mean, and let's practice the privilege of assigning what we mean by the words we use.
Absolutely. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You can clap all day. And build off of that, Will. And we talked a little bit about even your personal relationship. And when we talk about the physical piece of this as well, when we show up in a neighborhood that we grew up in and something's no longer there, when it's changing to a place we don't see ourselves, it's physical, right? Because we have memory, right? Our smell, our sounds, these are memories. And when you've been always asked to move around and these Black and brown bodies are always shifting around the world, there's an emotional, physical feeling. And you talked a little bit about that when you and I were chatting. Talk a little about that and your family and some of that level.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna get a little bit scientific first. There's something called DNA trauma. And essentially when someone goes through a horrendous trauma, it gets slotted in their DNA to warn their future generations, something is wrong, run, this is bad. Every single Black and brown person has tons of those notches in their DNA.
Every Black person we know, we grew up.
Literally. I have a little baby pit bull and Black people are the ones who are most scared of my baby
When you
pit
see
bull.
one black person run, we all
You
run.
run. Yes. But I have this dual identity. So my father's Black, my mother's white, my mother's second generation off the boat from Switzerland. So she has privileges. Her family has money. Her family has hundreds of acres of farmland. My father grew up very poor, inner city Hampton. My grandmother was in segregated high school. She graduated from an only Black high school. My grandmother's 80 years old. She lives in Petersburg, Virginia right now. The beach that she grew up going to, Buckrow Beach, was segregated when she was a kid. We've talked, her and I, about the fence that went down the middle of that beach that she was not allowed to cross. And the fear that was there, that's the same beach my father and his siblings and his cousins grew up going to. It was known as the Poor Beach. I grew up being taken to that beach, being shown our history and where we were, because we can only track to my great-great-grandmother. Before that, we only have records of the family who enslaved us. And so I've watched that beach. I've had memories of the beach that are good, but I've also watched there be litter and tons, I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of dead jellyfish wash up to that beach because of climate issues. And now that beach is gentrified. They cleaned up the neighborhood. They kicked out all of the poor people, all the Black and brown people. It's this huge, like, green space, and they built a pier, and now they've got those condos that are all expensive. And it is not the place that held safety for my family members. It is not a place that brings any of us joy to go to. That's 4 generations wiped of a safe space, even if that space was never originally meant for us or comfortable to be at, even if that space held fear. And so it's so important when we talk about ocean issues, when we talk about climate migration, when we talk about the historical oppression and trauma of Black and brown bodies, that we also understand that even though I have not been enslaved and I have not gone to a segregated school, I personally hold those traumas and I still have those fears, and I operate in the world as if there are certain things that will still happen to me in this moment. And that's something that has to be recognized. It needs to be apologized for, and it needs to be held accountable if we're going to move forward and actually have just policy.
Yeah. And Carlos, let's talk about with these two stories, and you share these as well, and you kind of wear two hats. How do we think about this from a policy standpoint, and how you're engaging and thinking through policies? Because policy can't come without real stories, right? We cannot create policies without acknowledging real people and real stories. How do you do that? How can we think about that?
It's about having a shared experience. I think about, for example, I often travel to state legislatures in person to meet the legislators who are part of our legislative network and who we would like to see as a part of our network as recruits. And so a lot of times it's me knocking on doors or setting up meetings to introduce myself. And as a part of my goal is to increase the membership, but also the diversity, both in geographic diversity, ethnic diversity of the folks that I work with. And so when I'm meeting with folks in Rhode Island, for instance, which is where I was for my most recent state legislature visit, I met up with Representative David Morales. Representative David Morales is 2 years younger than myself. He's a representative. Shout out Representative Morales. But I think 30 seconds into the conversation, I ask him a personal question, and he responds with, both of my parents are Mexican. And I said, both of mine are as well. And he says, I'm first gen. And I said, same. And then we started getting into a story of how we grew up and how both of our mothers survived off of food stamps, how we survived off of being in very closed spaces and growing up with our siblings, and these shared experiences that legislators have who aren't typically the ones in government. Those are important stories to have heard and shared. And so that's the personal hat that I wear. But it's so important to make sure that that personal hat is also intersecting with my professional hat. Because if I'm not sharing the stories of how when I was young, when we would plan a trip to the ocean from Phoenix, Arizona to LA, that was a year-long vacation we planned ahead of time in a car driving 4 hours. But that drive, as fun as it was, sometimes it was scary because every single time we saw a highway patrol officer, we all got quiet and our parents said, sit down, don't move. Both of my parents are undocumented immigrants. So even though we don't have the experience, the lived experience of being Black, we have the lived experience of dealing with fear of deportation from police officers. And I do not know whether other representatives that I work with have had that same shared experience, but I can guarantee you that if we didn't have that brief moment of saying, wow, we come from the same background, we come from the same kind of community, we have those same struggles, then it's hard to remember why you're doing it in the first place.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I always say, you know, you put purpose to your privilege, and all of us in this room have our stories, and we are here, and that's a privilege to be here together. Let's talk a little bit about even like more deeper the work that you do. We both share that we're PK kids, pastor's kids. My dad's former pastor, and we know that there's challenges even within our community in believing that this climate is happening and changing. And when I talk to my mother and that generation above, they felt it's in God's hand, right? And so there are these challenges within our community that we have to also acknowledge. Talk a little bit about that work that you're doing to help break that.
Yeah. So as I stated, I work for Creation Justice Ministries. We are a faith-based environmental nonprofit that has 38 Christian denominations and communions under our umbrella, which means we range from mainline Protestant to historically Black to Orthodox. Obviously, 38 denominations are not going to agree on everything. And I have both the privilege and the challenge of getting to work with all of those different faith leaders from different backgrounds to talk about climate and ocean and land and sustainability in general, how humans can not be the center with the rest of the earth around us providing for us, but be part of the circle and have a reciprocal relationship. Our mission is to rightly equip, educate, and mobilize so that we can share in God's creation. And so we see a interesting line in the sand sometimes. There are a lot of liberal white churches that want to do this work, but they see this work as putting up a couple of solar panels or switching from their styrofoam to paper products, maybe a community garden. Maybe that garden feeds some unhoused people. Maybe it feeds members. But we also see this challenge in the difference of spirituality, the difference of language usage. Every single one of those denominations and communions believes in God. Every single one of them believes that in Genesis, God said humans were created to care for the earth. That is the basis that all of them signed on to work with Creation Justice Ministries from. But not every single one of them understands what that means in the same way that we do. Not every one of them has the privilege to do that work without fear. Many of our congregations are working through simply having a building and having a congregation, let alone getting to a point of challenging their theological beliefs and the beliefs they've been taught. And so we're not only doing the work of climate justice and involving them in what equitable solutions are and helping them to be advocates for themselves and their communities, but we're also going up against why do we need this? Why is this important? So many of the meetings I have with faith leaders, the prep meetings are, why are you doing this? Why is this important? Why is this needed? And breaking down those things that many in this room just feel are second nature. We're all like, of course that's an issue. Of course we have to work on it. But many of those things when you move to the church setting is explaining why this matters and how it affects them day to day. Because if you can't make someone understand why it affects them or how, then they are less inclined to care.
Yeah. And so we only have a few more minutes before Q&A. And so I'm just going to stick with you and we're going to just go right down the line. And I just want you to respond to this idea of what is something powerful we can do right now, right? So there's an urgency that we're all feeling, right? And I'll call it the urgency of now. It's the urgency of love. It's the urgency of power we all have. What is something right now that we can do that's powerful? And then each one of you.
Believe you have power. Every single time I meet with faith leaders to tell them that, like, here's what we're advocating for, here's who we're meeting with, I have to remind them, you are the boss. Whether you voted for this person and put them in office or not, you are a constituent. They are supposed to answer to you. You are holding them accountable. The second you believe you have the power to hold someone accountable and to make a difference, you've done some of the hardest work. There's other hard things, but believing you can make that difference and that you have that power is integral to any other piece of work we do.
That's great. Carlos.
Embrace who you are. Embrace who you are. This is something that I struggled with quite a bit growing up for a long time. And so, when I'm talking to family members, instead of saying Carlos Ochoa, I'm like Carlos Ochoa. There's a difference in how I hold power and how we talk to each other and how we interact and how we present ourselves. And certainly that is something that can give you a renewed sense of who you are and where you come from and where all that power and community can take you.
And with you.
Yeah, I really appreciate those. I would say, tell the truth. And it's harder than it sounds. And I want to just say thanks to Mars and Jean. And, you know, it matters who you put around you, because sometimes your friends need to like affirm you telling the truth. And it's scary to do it, because we've all been taught, if you've had any education in this country, you've all been taught to not tell the truth. And it's time to tell the truth. And it is not always easy, but it is absolutely necessary.
Beautiful, beautiful. Awesome. We're going to go to Q&A. Do questions in the audience, and then we'll go to the online audience. Anyone? Go ahead, Jen. Yay.
I hope you tell the truth. Can you put up the slide that we prepared that shows the priorities and principles? We, when we worked in the Ocean Justice Forum, we together, the organizations that participated, laid out some what they thought of as principles and priorities for how to achieve ocean justice. And I wanted to ask each of you if you just wanted to pick one of these and talk about why it's important to the work that you're doing. If you can't see the board, it might be kind of tricky to see the board. But if you want to just pick one and talk about it a little bit, it might give some good context to the work you're doing now.
Yeah, okay. I would say resourcing communities for conservation and climate adaptation. While I work with many faith leaders, I also have the pleasure of working with many communities that are on the ground and many indigenous communities. And as Charity was talking about earlier, there are so many communities that have the knowledge, that have the technology, whether you think of that as being an iPhone or a wooden canoe. There are communities that can do this, have been doing this, and will continue to. And so we have to resource them. We have to ask them, and we have to believe them when they tell us what the answers are. And then we have to do it. But listen to Indigenous people, comply with what they say.
Equitable representation and authority in decision-making is one that I apply to my work constantly. I had mentioned earlier that a core function of my role is to go and meet legislators in person at their offices in the state capitals, and to convene these meetings, both virtually and in person, with these legislators I'm meeting all over the country. No legislator wants to be a part of a working group where the only folks showing up are from one state or from one kind of region or from one ethnic background. So my job is to make sure that the Coastal Working Group, which is the working group I manage, is made up of folks who represent the West Coast, the Gulf Coast, the East Coast, Alaska, Hawaii, and urban, rural, suburban districts, farming communities, fishing communities, all these different perspectives, so that when they go into those meetings, they're not hearing just an echo chamber. And so making sure that that's a priority is something I apply to my work all the time. And it's something that I continue to do with the meetings I have with legislators.
Yeah, I would say uplift the justly sourced renewable energy from the ocean. Justly sourced renewable energy is a term that Taproot Earth uses because we are in a space of very innovative folks who believe that all we need to do is switch over to the solar panels and the windmills and we will fix it. And I blame, yes, I blame the liberal climate movement for making this about CO2 emissions. It is not. It is about control of natural resources, management of collective resources. And we have to be clear that a lot of the source materials to the solutions that we're asserting will still have to be extracted from places and are actually fueling war and conflict and violence against women, mostly. So we cannot say, let us make more windmills without understanding where that material comes from. We cannot say, let's make EV batteries and not understand that the indigenous communities are saying no more uranium mining, no more cobalt mining, no more of any of our mining. This is not what we do with the earth. We have to put justly sourced in front of any time you say the words clean energy, which I just want to say, don't say that. There's a term of art. It allows for gas. That is not clean. I'm just saying. But anytime you're going to say renewable energy, say justly sourced. It matters where the source material comes from. If we don't say that, we simply replace the renewable energy sector with the oil and gas sector. It is the same extraction process. And we have to stop that. That extraction process is part of an extraction philosophy. It pulled people out of Africa. It pulled resources out of the land. That philosophy of extraction is the problem. We need justly sourced renewable energy. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. And I say we can consume less. That should be part of the solution. We can consume less.
Yes. Anybody else dare to ask a question? Please? Okay, go ahead, step up. Do we have anything online? Yes. We got two here. Go ahead to the green right here, then we'll go to right here.
Hi, thank you all for being here and sharing your knowledge with us. My name is Anaji Artis. I'm with the Natural Resources Defense Council. And my question is for Ms. Pichon Battle. And I'm curious, like as someone who's from the Gulf South, as you know, Louisiana, the Gulf South, has lots of fossil fuel development. It's a hotspot for exports, for offshore drilling. And I think often conversations around the ocean separate energy and fossil fuel use from conversations around conservation and ecosystems. And I'm just curious what your vision is around that and around fossil fuels and how organizations can actually support work that's already being done in the Gulf South on resistance to fossil fuel development.
Thank you, cousin. Wait, I set that question up. The first thing I want to say, and let me make sure I'm clear so everybody can be clear. We must stop fossil fuel drilling now. This is not a conversation about how we ease off of things. We passed that line. We had time to do that like 30 years ago when they said it before. We have passed that. We have to stop drilling and fracking oil and gas right now. And I'm not kidding. I am not speaking in hyperbole. This is factual. We must stop right now. And so if there's anything you walk away with, please hear me say, we have to stop it now. That will affect you. Somebody's going to tell you something's going to cost more if we do that. And I'm going to need you to just pay the extra price. We have to stop it. The second thing is there are communities who are fighting for their lives right now. What they don't need is to be extracted from or exploited more. We need folks to stand in solidarity with us. But that does not mean to come down and get your, experience to see how the other half lives and all of the sadness that we're going through. That's not helpful. What would be more helpful is if you would get your legislators to get behind some of what the community is asking for, because our legislators are paid for by oil and gas. Yes. So we need some help. And the help does not require you to come to my community to see how hard everything is going. The help requires you to go stand up and say, yo, our friends need some help. We're standing with them. And I just want to say, shout out to our friends in Alaska because we're fighting the same fight. And I want to say to everybody who lives on the coast, it's coming to you. They will extract and take and destroy at some point or another. To stand with us is to stand for yourself. And to call us in and to connect is for us all to be together. They cannot stop us if we move together. They cannot. The problem right now is we have been trying to figure out which coast to move with. We watched that with these pipelines. We watched the South get sacrificed over and over and over again by the policymakers, by the liberal policymakers. We will keep the Atlantic good. We will make sure that the Pacific is all right. We will not drill off the coast of Florida because the beaches are pretty. But we will sacrifice Texas. We will sacrifice Louisiana. And we need some folks to say we sacrifice nothing more. We give nothing else to this industry. That's what we need you to do. That's how you stand with this community. And I'm sorry to tell you, I just came back from Africa and Ireland, and I'm telling you, our homies in Vietnam, they are saying the same thing. This is not about you helping the Gulf South. This is about you helping the planet. It's the same companies. It's the same companies. They're killing everybody everywhere, including your future. So you're not doing us a favor. You're saving yourselves. You might as well start here. We might as well start in the US, but believe this is a global fight. Climate change is not a US conversation. This is a global conversation. We need everybody in, and the courage to stand up to the fossil fuel industry will be like what whoever stood up to enslavement of people felt like. You want to know what kind of courage that took? It took a lot of courage. It took a lot of courage to stand up to a force that could kill you. And that's what I am asking for. We need to stand up to forces that can take us out, because the alternative is they will take us out. So let's stand together and take them.
Let's do this.
Marquise, can I quickly add one bit to this?
Please. Go ahead.
There's no way I can.
Yeah. But just go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do you.
As someone who has the perspective of state legislators, as someone who works with them on a day-to-day basis, you would be surprised what they say in confidential meetings where they feel a certain way about a policy, but the support isn't there in the community. They might actually be in support of something that the community at the moment might not support, but they see the value in heading in that direction because it's the right thing to do, because it's the environmentally responsible thing to do. And so what I would add on to that is community and the efforts that happen in communities often sway what these folks want to do and where they go. And so if you can organize and you can encourage and you can protest and petition state legislators to move in the direction that is the environmentally responsible direction, you'd be surprised how quickly they jump on that because they're waiting for that signal.
Let's go get them right here. Here, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andreina Barajas Novoa, and I'm here with the Souls Rising Leaders Initiative, and I'm also from Connecticut. So my question is regarding some of the community organizing work that I do, and just a little background. In the town that I live in, the district is pretty much like predominantly Black and brown, and it's an immigrant community. So you already know what comes with that. So my question is that, like, as a community organizer, I'm working to address flooding and pollution through community action. So my question is, how can I engage my neighbors to believe in collective action despite being so disillusioned with the town government and the state government because they haven't actually seen any action regarding flooding and pollution concerns for decades? And this question is for anyone on the panel.
Go ahead.
I'll take a stab at it. That's a really hard one. That is such a hard thing, especially when you're talking with Black and brown communities where over and over and over, we've been told and shown that our opinions and our needs don't matter. I think part of it is, like I said before, convincing people they have the power, and convincing them that just like the wonderful Stacey Abrams has done in Georgia, if you push and push and push and either get them out of office or threaten to, they will change what they're doing, because we see that people want to be reelected and they want to stay there. If you're able to convince people that just the threat of job security changing is enough to get some momentum, and celebrate the tiny wins. There's a lot of huge fights and it can be really disheartening, but when you're celebrating even the small things, then those add up and it really helps with morale.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. The celebrating small wins is huge. If you're an organizer, this is like a ridiculous job. And the only thing you can do to keep people involved is to like point out every single win. I really want to just underline that. And I want to take it up a notch, which is joy. I mean, actually, Azul, I remember seeing that video. When Azul put that video out, Mars was like, yo, check out this video about the ocean. I was like, okay. Okay, Mars, let me see the video. And it was like brown Latinos like jamming about the ocean. And I was like, yes. I mean, at some point, we have to bring our people toward joy because that connects them to power. You don't have to convince them of joy. We know what joy is. We know what it is culturally. We know what it is in the face of really bad things. Because when you make it from your 4-hour trip to your safe place, you feel joy. You know what I mean? Even when you went through tension. And so I really want to say, like, the joy is not, in the sort of, in the current organizing world, joy is this sort of ancillary thing that you do after you work. But that's not our organizing. Our organizing has to have joy at the center. And I just want to encourage all of you who are coming from a different place and you can feel it in your soul that sitting around a table with an agenda and a paper is not the way to go. You are correct. Follow your guts. Get some food and some music in there, and we have to build some power and spirit. And y'all know what I'm saying when I say that. We come from spirit. You got to pull it in, you got to bring it in, and that is not a small thing to do. Build it. It builds momentum. It keeps everything going. And I just want to say, every now and again at those parties, let somebody bring a solution. We have models. Yeah. We can try things. We can take risks. If we see that we can try, because in this particular world, we're not even allowed to try. If we fail, we get punished. If they fail, they get another grant. So bring some models, make a space, bring some joy, let people try, applaud the effort, every single win, and bring the joy. It brings the power, it brings the spirit.
All right. Well, thank you all for bringing the joy. Thank you.
We'll now take another 10-minute break. Thank you. We will be restarting in about 3 minutes. So please start to take your seats. 3 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats for a short film before our final panel. Please take your seats for a short film before our final panel. Thank you.
I hope President Biden will continue to champion ocean climate action plans, to keep committees running, but we also need funds and staff within the National Marine Sanctuary system.
I hope President Biden can really recognize and see the value of the U.S. Caribbean's marine environment. We have the capacity locally to lead the efforts to protect the marine environment. And so I think he can really help us with the tools and the resources that we need.
I'm hoping that President Biden will soon announce the publication of the Monument Management Plan and an investment of resources in a meaningful way in the Marianas Trench Marine National Monument and really investing in conservation in the territories.
While I'm really excited to see an emphasis and a focus on environmental justice, I hope that these things reach all the way to the ground. Things get caught up, hung up with folks who really don't care enough to make sure that the folks who are most affected benefit.
One thing I hope he does is stop offshore oil and gas drilling. The time has come. For our region, the stakes are really high. Offshore oil and gas drilling means more water pollution that communities have to bear, as well as wetland spill, which increases our flood risk.
I hope President Biden will use his agencies to communicate with the people of Guam to see what their needs truly are and help put the appropriate attention to the specific concerns. Listening to the people there is very important because they have a much different context being a U.S. territory than a U.S. state.
Buenas tardes, we're back. Thank you so much for hanging on with us. I know it's been a lot of important conversations, but also dense and meaty and exciting. So you heard me earlier before. My name is Marcela Gutierrez Graudinch. I'm the founder and executive director of Azul, and I am so excited to have this panel here with you. This is the Ocean Joy panel, Justice in Action, and I could not have had asked for a much anyway better intro that what Colette just did us the honor of mentioning in our previous panel. But I'm going to introduce our folks here today. I'm very excited for you to meet them. First off, we have Dr. Nevada Winrow from Black Girls Dive Foundation. And I'll go back with the intros. And then my colleague, who I have the pleasure and privilege of working with every week, Anupa Asukan at NRDC. And then Eddie Gonzalez, who I have followed for a long time since I first started coming to DC. And he is the Director of Partnerships and Grants at the National Park Service, Chesapeake Park, entrepreneur, and also founder of a fabulous project that I love called Scuba Diplomacy. Can we jump into the conversation, or do you want to? All right. So, you know, we talk about all the work that has to be done and how hard it could be. And obviously I don't even want to go back onto what Colette explained so well earlier. And I think that, it is so important that we center joy and well-being and just happiness in our work and in our communities. James Baldwin said it best when he said that joy could be revolutionary. And I think it's important that we carry that in our work every day. Let's start with an easy one. What is your earliest joyous memory of the ocean, whatever early or later that may be?
I grew up on, hello, Eddie Gonzalez. I grew up in South Texas, right on the Gulf, right near the border. So for me, having proximity to the ocean was just a way of life. And it didn't occur to me that people didn't have that kind of lifestyle where you could just leave from high school, go to the beach, come back in time for dinner. So I got very acclimated to that, was just part of my existence. But the memory that really holds to me, also, I think this is a Gen X thing, is right in the back of my uncle's pickup truck going to and from the beach. And you'd go there packed full with all your cousins, you'd spend the day, and at the end you'd be totally wiped out. And it was everybody trying to find some space to lay down, pre-seat belts, all that. So it was just that feeling like that was my backyard. That was what I grew up with. That was what the frame of mind that just became a part of me. I went to college in Rhode Island, and during orientation, we had a trip to go to the beach. And I'm thinking, oh, right, this is my territory. I'm going to be, well, totally different beaches, big rocks, cold water. There's no real sand. So it also gave me this immediate, like, wow, the thing that I saw as ocean and beach is not everybody's experience. So it really put it in perspective for me. But I still have that safe space in my mind of riding my uncle's truck to and from the beach growing up.
I have so many fun ocean stories that I could tell, but one of my earliest memories was, I grew up fishing with my dad. I grew up in Florida on the Gulf Coast. And I have this very early memory of being out on the boat with my dad and some of his friends and their son. And all of a sudden I had something very big on the end of my line, to the point where like the line was only wrapped around the spool like 1 or 2 times. I was like, I'm going to lose all of this, Dad. Like, what do I do? It's like, just keep reeling. So what felt like an eternity later, I pulled up like a 30-pound fish as a little like 7 or 8-year-old. And I just remember looking around and everyone being like, oh, she's legit. She can hang. And like the sense of pride that came with that. And like, I'd earned my stripes as I pulled in this fish. So
I think for me, not necessarily an early experience, but I guess more transformational for me, was watching our BGD scholars for the first time putting on scuba gear and jumping off the back of the boat and just watching them in amazement and looking at everything they were seeing when we took them to Egypt. So that was just amazing. And they talked about it for a whole week. That entire time. Yeah, still talking about it.
Well, that's a good start. I'll start with you with this question. What is, you guys ever hear that? What is a body of water or beach that anchors you, that you feel is very either home or special to you? Well, I'll start with Dr. Winrow.
I think the tongue of the ocean in Andros Island, it's just the depth, just knowing how deep, that particular crest is, that's memorable for me.
You gave me a preview of this question and I still can't answer it. So I'm going to cheat and say the ocean. It's all one ocean. We're all connected by it, and give me an ocean anywhere and I'll be happy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there's definitely any blue space and I'm at home. But the one in particular for me is Key Largo, because it's where I talk about with people that want to get into scuba diving. It's a safe space, 35-foot max, very easy to get to. You're still in the US. So there's a comfort level for me of thinking about, hey, if I retire, there could be a vision of me hanging out in Key Largo, working at a dive shop, spending my days watching sunsets. But for me, it's also that there's a comfort level in knowing I can bring people down there, and I know the area, I know what the facilities are. So if I want to bring somebody to scuba diving for the first time, that's a place where I know everything is there that would make me comfortable approaching somebody about that.
Anuba, now we are on to the hard questions.
That one was a hard question.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, are we good on the mic? Okay. So I think the ocean recreation narrative is very much portrayed as one that is largely or exclusively consumptive and reticent, to put it diplomatically, towards more conservation. As someone that is an avid water woman, fisher, surfer, diver, is this something that you agree with or feel represents you accurately?
Yeah, so one thing that I believe that I think challenges the kind of leading narrative around fishing and the ocean is that I see myself as a fisherwoman and I see myself as a conservationist. I mean, that's my job. Those are two mutually exclusive things. By like the act of fishing, you are altering the environment, right? You are taking something from the ecosystem that it's a part of. And I get that this is sort of like a very US in the way that we manage fisheries in this country, right? Like we're managing them for the maximum extraction. Like we're going to try and catch our full limit. We're going to try and make the most profit out of that. So from like a system that is managed that way, I do not see being a fisherwoman and being a conservationist as being like one is definitely like makes you the other. It takes work to be a conservationist. Like I'm paying attention to what I'm catching, how much I'm catching. Am I seeing a lot of these this year or am I not? Should I not be taking this fish for my meal or should I be releasing it? I'm very thoughtful about those kinds of things. The second thing is this notion of access. And when talking about language in that earlier panel, it really stuck with me. I don't see like a marine protected area as taking away my access as a fisherwoman. There's more to access than just the spatial or the physical access. To me, as a surfer, as a paddler, as a diver, all of the other things that I love to do in the ocean, having a protected space where we're protecting nature, we're protecting an entire ecosystem, makes my access to do all the other things that I love to do so much better. And there's more fish in the ocean, right? Like I can still go out and catch the same amount of fish, whether or not there's a marine protected area. That protected space is just saying I can't fish here. And I fully support that.
Yay, yes, I agree. Cosign. Dr. Winbrow, you started Black Girls Dive Foundation. Starting anything is not easy. Starting anything means that you really have to be very intentional about undertaking that monumental task. What moved you to do that?
I think looking at the lack of representation of Black and brown girls in the scuba space, thinking about my own history, the cultural narrative, the cultural practices of African-American women related to the hair, getting your hair wet, only time we get our hair wet is for hygiene. You get your hair wet to get it done, but not for recreational purposes. So, working with the youth and getting them past that cultural practice, getting them past the cultural narrative that Blacks aren't supposed to swim or Blacks aren't supposed to be in water. That was pretty much how I got it going. Now convincing other people to see my vision, I still work on a daily basis because let's be honest, we take our young ladies as early as 9. So some parents aren't comfortable. So, working with the parents and the helicopter parents and getting them to understand that, we're starting them in the pool. Historically, a lot of you may know you can get your scuba certification over a weekend, but we actually train our girls for an entire year, not just for their skill set, but also for their parents. just so they know that, we're taking our time with them. And then also being intentional about who I select to even provide that type of mentorship and instruction, having individuals with our Black and brown girls that look like them. I think it's very important. Again, there's still this belief that if you're in the marine sciences, that means you're in water. It's like, no, not necessarily. You can be in a wet lab. It doesn't mean you're in the water. But having that opportunity for these young ladies to see individuals that look like them, feel comfortable and asking the questions. Like, for instance, I remember one young lady was very curious about her hair. She's like, well, what am I going to do with my hair? I said, don't worry. She had long dreads. So we just bought a special swim cap for her. So it's like, it's not that serious. We'll show you how to care for your hair. And then just watching them just jump in. They're just so excited. And then grants. Paying for this, another barrier with scuba diving is the cost. It is expensive. So, getting that funder to understand my vision that, we are creating a safe space, no one's gonna drown. And just being very specific with funders of how we're going to accomplish specific outcomes and how it can lead to potentially priming that pipeline in the marine sciences or in what I call STEM adjacent careers. So, our whole thing is, I guess, helping these young ladies build their STEM identity through conservation awareness. So I'm a firm believer in habits of mind, and with conservation, you got to start them young. So that's, another aspect of our program, in teaching them very young how to care for the earth, how to care for the ocean, and then have them pay it forward.
Thank you. Eddie, similar question to you. One does not get up one day and take on the starting something lightly, right? From experience, I can tell you kind of fight it for some time. But, tell me what moved you to start scuba diplomacy and what has that brought you over the years? Tell us a little bit about what it is first, and what has it brought you over the years? And more importantly, what are the, positive impacts that you think you've brought in the last couple of years?
Thank you. Scuba for me was a pivot point in my life. If I'd gotten scuba certified in college, I would have gone into marine science. I would probably be in Florida or some coastal community doing research of some type. But I got certified leading up to Y2K. A bunch of my buddies had planned a trip to Bonaire off of Venezuela. And that was going to be hey, if we're going to get stuck someplace in Y2K, let's get stuck on an island scuba diving.
Good plan.
So, that got me into this whole path of getting certified. And the minute I went under for the first time, I was hooked. And it was one of those that you can't describe. I call it a superpower. It's astronauts, scuba divers, everybody else. And you can't imagine what that statement means until you get underwater and understand what weightlessness feels like. But now I felt this responsibility that it was transformative for me, but it also gives me great joy. I love just being out, no stress. It's like everything melts away. Fast forward, I worked for up until I started with Park Service. I was working for nonprofits, developing programs for them, and I was working on a series on science diplomacy where they were bringing in panelists on a number of different topics. And one of our groups put a panel together on science diplomacy in Cuba. And one of our panelists happened to be somebody that I'd worked with at the National Audubon Society. And I happened to connect with him. Hey, I got really into scuba diving since I last met you. I've got this idea where I'd love to, using your kind of networks, organize trips that are culturally significant, have some sort of base. It isn't a resort trip. It isn't, just pay your money and all your meals are going to, this isn't like where you're debating inclusive or non-inclusive. I wanted the adventure for folks that don't know how to do adventure, but they would like to get exposed to it. I love hosting. So all of a sudden it put me in a position where I have this comfort level, I have a knowledge of it, and I had this network that I could immediately engage overnight. And within 6 months, we had a trip planned. We had our first group of 14 people, and we were able to then lead 3 trips down to Cuba. First time I had ever went down there was when I took my first trip. So I was learning the ropes myself. I know Spanish, so that also added to my ability to be a comfortable host and be that translator for the NGO and the facilities. But then it put me in a position where now that's not enough. I want to get more people into scuba diving. I've led trips up to the National Aquarium. We've done trips down to North Carolina because I want to be that support network where if you want to know what it is, I had no idea that regular people could get scuba certified. I really thought there was earlier, people were talking about privilege, that it is something that the people that have resources, and yes, it is expensive. There are ways, that you got to address those things. But once you get it, it is a lifelong skill. It's back to that superpower. So now I'm in this frame of mind where I also talk about this thing called después buceo. If any of you ski, there's a whole concept called après ski. It's kind of that social hour. Well, I live that same after every dive. It's me and the people on my boat. The greatest people you'll ever meet are your best friends you meet after on a dive. And it's fleeting, but lifelong, these connections that you make. And I want to do more of that within my skill set, as part of scuba diplomacy. So if you're an NGO and you have connections to countries that can host people, I'd love to work with you.
All right, I love that. So all of this is predicated, or I guess, needs to actually have ocean access, which, as we have discussed today, is not always readily available or easy or affordable. But we were talking about earlier this week about Nick Gabaldon Day in California, and where you were recently there. Can you tell us more about this and how it relates to access?
Sure. So for those of you that aren't familiar, Nick Gabaldon is sort of the first documented Black surfer in the Southern California area. And he would famously, so near where I live is a beach that was known as the Upwell. And that was the beach that people of color were allowed to go to. Like, this is the stretch of beach, and this is the only access point that you have if you're a person of color. And so the like famous surf break and the iconic surf break is Malibu. Which, there's lots of movies from, the 50s about Southern California, and it's all surfing in Malibu. So Nick Gabaldon would get on his surfboard and paddle 12 miles from the Inkwell, go surf in Malibu, because he could not enter the water from there, surf, and then paddle the 12 miles back to the Inkwell. He died actually in a surfing accident fairly young, but to celebrate him and to celebrate his life, a couple organizations, including the Black Surfers Collective in California, have this Nick Gabaldon Day every year to celebrate him and celebrate his legacy. And as I think the theme that's emerging here is creating opportunity for other people of color to have a safe space and to find joy in the ocean. And there are some really great organizations in my neighborhood and in the community that I live in, Color the Water being one, that offer free surf lessons for people of color and really create a safe, fun space for people to experience the ocean and learn about the ocean. And this past Saturday was the annual Nick Gabaldon Day, and I went for a walk down to the beach just to see what was going on. And there must have been at least 100 kids in wetsuits, having so much fun and taking often for a lot of them, their first surf lesson, and just having it brought me joy at just seeing the joy on their faces. And it's really powerful to give that experience and that opportunity to someone. So what an amazing legacy for Nick Gabaldon, I think. And to have that as an annual event is amazing.
I think it's very fitting. Dr. Winrow, you mentioned earlier today earlier, this conversation. STEM adjacent careers, and in our conversations, we were talking about like possibly this being a, entry point into STEM careers. Can you tell us more about this?
So we have partnerships with universities. So our goal is to set our young ladies up where they have certain skills, disposition is very important, to explore certain STEM adjacent and STEM career pathways. I think for us, having, again, that representation, having individuals come and talk about their careers, like the underwater photography. Our girls were amazed that they got paid to travel the world and take pictures underwater. They didn't believe this person. But just understanding what's the academic rigor and expectation that's required, and we set them up with that. All of our instructors are professional, they're scientists, so they are actually getting, top-notch curriculum implementation, and they're also spending time on college campuses and getting college credit. So our first young lady this past year, the youngest was 12, and she got 3 college credits from the University of Delaware because she completed her scientific diving class that we have. So just, giving them that access, exposing them to the professors in the marine sciences. Another big thing is the in-field experiences. A lot of people don't understand that a lot of in-field experiences are unpaid. So if you're coming from an underserved community, and you have to think about, do I need to take a part-time job to support my family? Or, can I pursue my dreams, but do this field experience and not get paid? That's a hard decision to make. So it's also about creating experiences, in-field experiences, so that they are competitive with their peers. So just trying to, set that stage for them.
I'm really glad that you talk about this element, because I feel that sometimes as a field, we don't touch on that. And it may be because we have been historically, and I mean, the ocean field, fairly privileged, let's be honest, field. What could you, and this is a question for all of you, what resources or what conditions would make it easier for you all to maybe provide or collaborate, or do you think help create opportunities for people to actually take those jobs? I think that, take those opportunities, take those, take that step. As someone that you've all heard me work 3 jobs inside to start a sort of, I feel this quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think we talk about this like, oh, you have to have an internship to have the job,
Right.
and you have to do this to.
It's like all these little hoops. And I think the key is forming more partnerships with like aquariums, universities, other NGOs that can provide, science-based NGOs that can provide the experience, and then the funding to support it. It's hard. I know we've written many NSF grants and trying to convince them that, hey, in order for them to be competitive, they need these experiences, and these experiences aren't paying them. And, they're in families where it's an expectation that they help support.
Tell me a little bit about what it takes to write an NSF grant, because I think I don't think people really understand what that takes.
Zen like patience. It is heavily involved. And I think one of the barriers, particularly with NSF grants, is you have to have a certain level of solvency, which is very difficult for small NGOs. They're like, oh, well, if you have a $10 million budget, I'm like, 10 million, can I get 100 grand? But it's this weird caveat where, you can do the work, you have the senior personnel there, the experience, you've demonstrated that, you can accomplish, you can get your outcomes, your metrics are great. But it's still that underlying budget that they look at and say, well, your budget's bigger than your organization. And it's like, well, it costs what it costs.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? So and I think a part of that, particularly when you're looking at federal funding, because we have that issue as a small nonprofit, is working and partnering with the larger nonprofits that have the, $20 million budget and, and I guess subcontract us out. So that it's challenging. So I've had many disappointments because of that one thing.
Without trying to put you on the spot, Eddie.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll switch hats to my day job. And just to say, I'm not here representing the Park Service, but my day job is Director of Partnerships and Grants. And for the Chesapeake Bay office, which means if you are doing any work in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, the 7 states that are housed in the watershed, we are a granting agency for you. Our space is nature, culture, history, and recreation. There are a couple of things that were mentioned earlier where on the grant side, we need to, as funders, be better about recognizing that joy is an outcome, not just an output. That's an end result in the work that we do. So the good thing about our legislation is it does say recreation in it. I'm going to do a little sidebar too, because earlier there was questions about what careers and things should people be getting into to help this work. We also need a lot more people in OBM. We need a lot more people in the Congressional Budget Office. We need a lot more people in solicitors' offices in these agencies, because they're the ones that are interpreting the rules. I am beholden to the rules. Whatever a solicitor tells me, I cannot go against my agency to
And
do
can you
that.
spell out OBM?
The Office of Management and Budget. These are the agencies that deal with the money and with the federal government. If it's money related, there's any number of rules, and logic is not necessarily going to be a factor in what goes on. But as Director of Grants, I am taking the responsibility of making sure that our grantees can apply. There's a statement that we use that says we got to separate applying from a grant from being able to run a grant. And because that the obstacle is in the application, not in the implementation. But we're also working with a philosophy that these communities need a sense of nothing about us without us. They're the ones that know. So if I'm going to be giving out money, I need to just give them the money. And make it as easier. So we're setting up some workshops on how to develop a budget. We have a checklist that says on our application, it's going to ask you for this, you put in this word, because I want to be as hand-holding as possible so that that isn't a barrier, because there's nothing else I can do on the agency side. Once the grant opens, I'm not even allowed to talk to you about an idea that you might have, because it would be seen as unfair advantage. So these are the rules that we have as federal government, but NGO partners, a lot more allyship in just the hand-holding piece. We're looking for, at some point down the road, a nonprofit partner that can handle some of our grant making that might be a layer easier on their end than us directly out of the federal government. So there are challenges, but you got to be purposeful about finding solutions.
Can I put you on the spot any bit? As that, as a member of that large organization, what do you think you can do as obviously not in charge of the organization? What do you think you can do as an advocate to kind of create those collaborations?
I mean, as you see, right, like we often have access to these email lists, and it's hard to learn about what all the different opportunities are. So help make those connections. If you see a state grant or a federal grant that a small organization or community group that would be perfect for, like pass those opportunities along to them, invite them into those spaces. I mentioned the group Color the Water, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to help them, teach surf lessons in marine protected areas. I actually passed along a grant opportunity to them, and it turned into a bigger project. And, there's like wonky things in grant applications. They're like, what is once through cooling funding, which is some like legacy funding mechanism that I then had to explain to them, right? Like, it's not easy for folks to get engaged in things if you haven't been tracking it. So use what use the, whatever like information sources you have, and kind of invite folks in as best you can.
And we're down to 5 minutes a minute ago, so I'm guessing 4. What could you do if you could snap your fingers tomorrow and increase access? We're talking about ocean joy, justice, and action. Why is the ocean so important to your work? I get it, you're all diverse, but what could you do to change things for the better if you could tomorrow? And I know you get like a minute each.
A lot of what drives me is the sense of people love what they, sorry, let me get this right. People value what they love, they protect what they value. And if you don't expose them to it, they'll never know that there's something there to value and then something there to protect. So my goal, whether it's work or personal, is to expose as many people to these environments as possible within the comfort and joy that I bring. These aren't academic, homework type scenarios. It's, hey, we're going to go out and have fun. And I try to do more of that, to be that host. There was a friend of mine's mother called me up once and she said, hey, we have a garden club. We'd like you to do a presentation on coral reefs. We know you scuba dive. I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, I'll bring some little coral things that I have. And she's like, okay, this was in February. She says, well, we have a spot for you open in November. The October speaker is Fish and Wildlife is coming to talk about invasive species. So if you can do November, we'll fit you in. All of a sudden it was like, wow, I'm going to up my game, because they're not looking for somebody to do this is my last, vacation. They want an actual presentation, and I had to take that responsibility. So the more that I can put myself in that position to be that translator, the connector, I'll seek them out, because I like being in that position.
I guess my direct answer to your question is, right, like inviting people in, like creating safe spaces and creating opportunity for folks. But I'm going to flip that around a little bit and kind of reflect on this event as an opportunity. I left DC in 2018, and I realized there's been just a broader cultural shift in the way that we think about things and the way that we think about representation. But I can't tell you, in my time in DC, the number of times I sat within a stone's throw of this building and heard people of color dismissed for opportunities because of the experiences that they didn't have, the credentials they didn't have, for whatever reason. And when they were invited into spaces, it had to be qualified somehow, right? Like, she doesn't have a PhD, but is very smart. So many stories like that. And I just want to say that I think events like this are so important, and not just, thanks to the organizers and the folks that had the bravery and the courage to kind of put something like this on, but for you to be sitting in this room and for you to be tuning in online, you're showing people that there's value and celebrating people that look like us and our experiences and what we do bring to the table. So thank you.
I guess I'll piggyback on what you were talking about, specifically with representation and also acceptance. We all have the capacity to make things happen. I know we do it every day in our program, but if I could snap my finger to make something happen, it would be to be more open-minded. And I'll share a story with you. Our girls get certified in diving. They travel the world. But what's heartbreaking is when they share their experiences with non-Blacks, they're questioned. So, we're scuba divers. We talk about, well, what did you see on the reef? How active was the reef? They're not getting questions like that. They're testing them. They'll say, oh, what was your pressure group when you came out? It's like, who asked that? This is about joy. So it's like, so they, if I can snap my fingers, it's like, stop sucking the joy out of these kids. Yeah.
It's a good reminder for all of us. I think we're about to go to Q&A. Head on out to Q&A. Do you all have any questions?
Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. My name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm with Azul. And my question is for Eddie. Have you seen any positive economic impacts from your scuba diplomacy trips? And if so, could you share additional information with the group?
Yeah, sadly, pre-COVID, yes. Post-COVID, it's been in my perspective is Cuba. When we were there in 2017, 2018, 2019, there was a decent tourist infrastructure, and things were shifting over to a much more privately owned infrastructure as well. So you get a lot more privately owned bed and breakfast, a lot of privately owned restaurants, and that was the infrastructure that we were able to utilize. So our dollars were going right into the communities. In addition to that, we were also bringing our group down to where they were doing turtle monitoring, and then got to observe some of their coral farms out in the ocean. So, but because we were there as a group, the dollars that we bring at the scale that we bring is transformative to those communities. At least you're you're not at the resorts, you're not spending the money the way you might in other countries. Here, it's somebody's house that's opened themselves up to you. They're cooking you breakfast and they're getting the money to be the host for you. So there is this cumulative impact that we leave behind. Unfortunately, what happened with COVID is the travel stopped, the infrastructure stopped. I have a good friend who's a park ranger there that we still keep in contact now. You just can't get groceries out to where we would go scuba diving. So it's going to be a bit before the infrastructure will be there again. And it's tough because that was their livelihoods. There's a national park there that doesn't get visited now. So all the people that were related to those conservation efforts, it's all on a shelf in Cuba for the last 3 years.
Can I follow up with a question? Because I feel,
Yeah.
picking up of this question, I think that you had mentioned to us how this could be a driver for, community well-being and again, these STEM jobs that I feel like sometimes we don't touch upon.
Right.
Is this something you see in your work?
Yes. Again, it's having individuals accept these young ladies and understand that they have the capabilities and dispositions to do things and open up opportunities so they can understand, I guess, the career pathways, and how to achieve getting to that career goal that they want. So it's just dumping in funding, to help support. I'm a big proponent, we need more partnerships with institutions of higher education to make these kind of things happen. And now I also believe it should start in middle school for STEM identity development. But I do think we need more of the industry, the blue economy, the new buzzword, to come into the middle schools, the high schools, to kind of let them know what's available and what those career pathways are. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Hi, my name is Priscilla Miller. I'm here with Azul, and this question is for Anupa. There's been fisher folks that have been very vocal against increasing protection for some areas. And as a fisher, do you think that's something that's very representative of the fisher folk? And do you agree with that?
I think I already mentioned I fully support marine protected areas, but I guess one thing that I would like to point out in that, right, is no one identity group is a monolith, right? So taking one fisherman at their word for saying all fishermen don't like marine protected areas, we're not doing this planet a service by just listening to one person, and broadly calling fishing communities, and I get that that's written into law, right? That erases the perspectives of a lot of other folks that might just be relying on our ocean for subsistence, for like some protein for their families at the end of the week, right? So there are a lot of differing opinions within one identity group. That's why policy is so hard, because everyone has different interests, right? But I think there are a lot more people like me than we realize, because there's been such a dominant narrative of fishermen not liking meaningful protection in our ocean. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that you've mentioned. So as you know, we have a cohort here of rising leaders, some of which might go into a career in the ocean field. And so my question to you is, do you have any advice for these rising leaders in terms of finding work-life balance and being able to get out there, do the things that bring you joy, and amidst all of the urgent things that work or that come along with work?
Don't forget to go play in the ocean or in nature whenever you get the chance. This work is hard and depressing. We're constantly thinking about the existential issues of our life on this planet, and it's rough. And if I couldn't go surf or fish or whatever I choose to do to play in the ocean on any given day, I could not do this job. It's one of the reasons I left DC, is because I was too far from the ocean, and it's not really even that far. yeah, don't forget to enjoy the places that you're working to protect.
And I guess I would add to that, find your circle. Just find your circle. You have people that you can bounce your ideas off of. And as a collective, you'd be surprised what type of resources you can come up with as a collective. So it's about finding your circle, finding your space where you're comfortable in sharing not only your triumphs, but your failures, and just having someone to bounce ideas off of you. I think that that's key. I wouldn't have made it without my sister circle.
Yeah, I think trying to find a place where you're comfortable being the trusted source as well. Back to that garden group example, I am now their trusted source. If I go to a coral reef conference, I don't know anything as much as the researchers there, but within this circle with this garden club, I am that to them, and I need to make sure that I hold my end of it. But be comfortable being that voice and bringing other folks along. LinkedIn, Twitter, there's plenty of ways where you can now start creating a brand for yourself as somebody that can interpret, that can translate, that can make connections where some people aren't making connections. And it doesn't have to be academic. It doesn't have to be scholarly. It could just be colloquial. It could be from personal experience, but you're creating that opportunity for others to connect to the work that you're trying to do. And then you get seen as somebody that's in that space that then all of a sudden is appearing on people's radars, gets invited to panels. And, we need more of those people in the mix that have visibility and have comfort in being visible.
If we don't have any other questions, I can close this out. There you go. Sorry, I swear I didn't ask him to do this.
Hi,
maybe two of
I'm
them.
Catherine Muniz. I am a Ray Fellow at Azul. Have a question for Dr. Winrow. What is your favorite diving site to take your classes to, and why?
Oh, the favorite diving site, the Straits of Tehran in Sharm el-Sheikh. That's my favorite spot to take them, because they see, I guess one of the biggest things that a couple of the girls were hovering around, they never saw a clam that was like this size with their mouth open. So I kept wondering why they were hovering around, and they kept pointing, and I'm like, I'm writing on my board, that's a clam. So yeah, that is the favorite site.
Will you take us?
Yeah. So trust me, they work hard. We require our girls to take a year of Arabic. We have arts integrated into our program. So they had to sew their own hijab because we had a layover in Saudi Arabia. So they're learning about the culture. They did the Bedouin dinner. They took the ATVs and went, through the desert. So, but we trust me, we make them put in some work.
Work.
All right.
You can put in the work.
If there's no more other questions, I will close this off with one question for all of you. What is your favorite source of ocean joy? However you define it, doesn't have to be a place, just what is that experience, place, memory of ocean joy for
Sitting
you?
on the bottom, watching things.
Yeah,
Just being still.
Being kind of immersed and like seeing a full ecosystem, right? Like all the critters and all the fun things that you're sort of visiting their space.
There's a second when you dive off the boat where you immediately get enveloped by the water, and you feel the water temperature, and then your body acclimates pretty quickly to it. But that initial dunk, go under, and you're still bobbing at the surface, checking all your stuff until you go down. But once you start that descent, the world transforms. It's like the sound gets muted, you start losing your colors, but you zero in on things. You're like watching 10 different movies or this big screen television, or you're looking at the wall, and you just can't understand what it feels like to be in that environment where you are at the mercy. You can't be as arrogant about it, because that environment will really show you who's who. But within those limits, carefree. I call it the easiest death-defying thing you will do, because if everything goes right, it's like a walk in the park. It's incredible.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel. And I'd be very curious to see how many new divers we're going to get out of this. Thank you to our panel. Thank you. So, picture here. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here. I want to now welcome Adriana Alicia with Green 2.0 to offer some of our closing remarks, and thank you for being here with us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adriana Alicia. I'm the Deputy Director at Green 2.0. Our organization works to ensure that the environmental movement is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and recognizes the leadership of people of color at every level of the movement. And we are so thrilled to be here today with our friends at CAP Azul Urban Ocean Lab in their efforts to uplift ocean justice. We are really especially grateful to Angelo and Marseille for creating a space for communities to freely discuss ocean justice, joy, leadership, and really seeing that the expertise and knowledge of communities of colors are centered when these issues so often disproportionately impact us. It's so key for us to have these spaces to advance our work in a way that actually reflects our communities. So thank you both so much thank you for sustaining this community, creating this space, and building power for all of us. I've got the great opportunity to thank all of you for attending as well today and give you some stats about today's event. We had over 400 people sign up to join us online and from everywhere, from DC, from Piscataway Land, South Carolina. We've got Mississippi, Michigan, Puerto Rico, Ecuador, everywhere. It's amazing. We've got some great stats from in-person folks as well. They've traveled far and wide to be with us today in DC. Folks from the DMV area, so local, all over the US, from coast to coast, New York, Rhode Island, California, Washington, Arizona, Texas, and so many more places. I don't want to keep going though. And then I also just want to thank folks for sharing what Ocean Joy means to you. I can't begin to summarize the wonderful responses that we got, but I'm going to read a couple of them for you. Some folks said equitable and inclusive access and decision-making, recognizing those who've been historically marginalized and excluded. Another person said, a voice for all in ocean policy that brings equity and access and participation in our shared ocean heritage. Decolonizing ocean conservation for how we work on it and work on. To me, ocean justice is establishing policy and a framework that ensures future generations can access and enjoy a healthy and thriving ocean. Ocean justice is equitable access to all that the ocean has to offer: food, recreation, peace, connection to nature. Ocean access is to every person, irrespective of social, economic, or cultural identity. And from our youngest participant, definitely my favorite, Ruiz, they said, saving animals from trash that's in the ocean. And so with that, thank you all for coming. I want to hand it back to Marseille and Angelo to close this out, but really appreciate all of you being here.
Yep. Please pull the karaoke slides up. We're gonna sing to you. Yeah. Everything that needs to be said, I think we've only just started to say it. This is a conversation that has been going. It's a conversation that will continue to go. And just want to thank all of you for spending your time with us today. That's all. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to tonight.
Mil gracias. And again, like,
I moved up here. Sorry.
Thank you to all of you for coming, but thank you so much to my co-conspirators for making this happen. You have no idea how quickly this came together. Okay, maybe you do, but just so exciting. Just speaks to the need for this and, you know, the excitement that we saw from the community so quickly. So thank you again for being here. And yes, please bring your dancing shoes to our party tonight. Speaking of Ocean Joy, mil gracias.
And then just before everybody leaves, if you spoke on the stage today, could you come up front for one last photo? We'll move these chairs out of the way and the tables out of the way, and we'll take a photo. Sorry, what am I supposed to say? Oh, ukulele's over there. I can get it.